Description is not on. Morning, TV. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Now to the headlines. Former President Jonathan calls for immediate announcement of Guinea-Bissau election results. ECOWAS suspends Guinea-Bissau moves to engage coup leaders. Governor Soludo inspects ongoing development projects in Anambra, reaffirms commitment to infrastructure delivery. First Lady advocates passage of Gender Party Bill. President Tinubu inaugurates National Tax Policy Implementation Committee for new tax law execution. Federal High Court orders release of 27 properties wrongly seized by the EFCC. And now to the details of the news. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has dismissed the recent events in Guinea-Bissau as a stage-managed attempt by President Umaru Embalo to undermine democratic governance. The former Nigerian leader said the country's electoral process was hijacked in a manner that threatens regional stability. He urged ECOWAS to take firm steps to ensure that the results of the presidential election are released without delay. Jonathan insisted that the will of the people must prevail despite the military's announcement that it has seized control of the state. Speaking at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja, he said the situation in Bissau demanded urgent international attention. Jonathan, who rarely grants spontaneous interviews, said he broke his silence to acknowledge the empathy shown by Nigerians during the tense hours of uncertainty. He warned that democracy in West Africa is facing renewed dangers and called for coordinated action to reverse the situation. Meanwhile, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has suspended Guinea-Bissau from all its activities following the breakdown of constitutional order in the country. The decision was contained in a communique issued after an emergency meeting of the ECOWAS Mediation and Security Council. Leaders of member states strongly condemned the military takeover and expressed deep concern over the worsening political situation. The bloc said democratic governance must be restored without delay. To drive the process, ECOWAS set up a high-level mediation mission led by its current chairman, President Julius Maada Bio of Sierra Leone. The team is mandated to engage directly with the coup leaders and other stakeholders. The regional organization reaffirmed its zero-tolerance stance on unconstitutional changes of government and warned that further sanctions may follow. Governor Chukwuma Soludo has inspected key development projects across Anambra State, including the Market Square Shopping Mall, Oka City Stadium, and the upgrade of Uga Boys High School. The governor said the tour was to ensure steady progress in line with his administration's development agenda. At the Market Square Mall, he noted that the project is nearing completion and expected to support local commerce and job creation. He said the new commercial hub would significantly change the economic landscape of the capital territory. Inspection also continued at the Oka City Stadium, where construction activities are advancing. The governor said the facility would serve as a major sports and recreational center for the state. Governor Soludo restated his commitment to uninterrupted infrastructural development, adding that improved public facilities remain a priority for enhancing the quality of life of Anambra. First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu has renewed her appeal for the passage of the gender parity or reserved seats for women bill currently before the National Assembly. She made a call at a special dinner for lawmakers at the State House in Abuja. She said the proposed legislation offers Nigeria a historic opportunity to strengthen democratic representation and improve development outcomes. The First Lady noted that countries with affirmative measures record better governance results. Ms. Tinubu urged lawmakers to use the opportunity to advance the welfare of girls and vulnerable boys in Al-Majiri system, stressing that inclusive reforms have become urgent. She said greater women's participation would help the nation address many of its current challenges. The dinner was attended by the Senate President, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Vice President Kashim Shettima, and other senior government officials. The Department of State Service has invited the founder of Beijing University, Senator Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, over recent statements considered by security agencies as inciting. A security source confirmed the developments in Abuja. The invitation follows rising concern about his latest public remarks across various media platforms. According to the source, the comments were viewed as capable of triggering what was described as a constitutional crisis. Dati Baba Ahmed, who was the Labour Party's vice presidential candidate in 2023 election, has recently been vocal about governance and national issues. Security officials emphasized the need for responsible public commentary at a time of heightened national sensitivity. The Army Council has approved the promotion of 105 senior officers to the ranks of Major General and Brigadier General. The move is aimed at strengthening leadership capacity and enhancing ongoing military operations nationwide. According to Acting Director of Army Public Relations, Lieutenant Colonel Apollonia Anele, 28 Brigadier Generals were elevated to Major General. She added that 70 colonels have been promoted to Brigadier General. The promotions follow rigorous assessment reflecting professional competence and strategic requirements of the Nigerian Army. The Army leadership congratulated the newly promoted officers and urged them to justify the confidence reposed in them. President Bola Tinubu has congratulated Chief Olisa Metu on his 60th birthday. In a statement from the presidency, the president described the former PDP spokesman as a patriotic voice committed to national unity. He commended Chief Metu for his peace-building efforts and his role in promoting dialogue across political and ethnic divides. The president said such contributions are vital to strengthening democracy. President Tinubu urged him to continue offering constructive counsel to the nation. He also acknowledged Metu's humanitarian work and contributions to community development. The president prayed for his continued health and many more years of service to the nation. You're watching Aneke TV News across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Former President Jonathan calls for immediate announcement of Guinea-Bissau election results. ECOWAS suspends Guinea-Bissau moves to engage coup leaders. First Lady advocates passage of gender parity bill. And coming up shortly, President Tinubu inaugurates National Tax Policy Implementation Committee for new tax law execution. Federal High Court orders release of 27 properties wrongly seized by the EFCC. We'll be right back.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices. Uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Still on the news. A federal high court in Abuja has ordered the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to immediately release 27 houses earlier seized by the commission. Justice Joyce Abdul Malik gave the directive after dismissing the EFCC's application for final forfeiture. The FCC had secured an interim forfeiture order on March 13, claiming the properties were linked to proceeds of unlawful activities and later published an order as directed. However, James Ikechukwu Okwete, Jamek West African Limited, and Adebuk Nola Ayebodid or Ladapo contested the forfeiture asserting ownership. The court upheld their objection and vacated the interim order. The Court of Appeal of Abuja has struck out the appeal filed by IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu, ruling that it lacked merit and had become academic following his conviction for terrorism offences. The panel held that Kanu's complaints on rights violation during DSS custody were overtaken by events since he is now serving a life sentence at the Sokoto Correctional Center. Justice Bolokromo Ugo said the court could no longer grant his request for relocation to Kuji Correctional Center and affirmed that his conviction rendered the appeal ineffective. Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has condemned the attack on the convoy of former Labour Minister Senator Chris Ngige, describing it as unacceptable. He made the remark during a visit to Ngige's residence in Alo, Anambra State. Ngige narrated how armed men in police and military uniforms ambushed his aides in Umoji, killing a woman and injuring his police orderly before carting away his rifle and uniforms. He dismissed rumors of his death, saying he has briefed Governor Chukwuma Soludo on the matter. He said it remained unclear whether he was the target and called for stronger security coordination. Obi expressed gratitude for Ngige's safety and urged justice for the slain woman. A Rivers State High Court has sentenced a 400-level Uniport student, Damian Okoligwe, to death by hanging for murdering and dismembering his girlfriend, Justina Otwene, in October 2023. The court found that Okoligwe killed the 300-level biochemistry student in his Mwoba apartment and attempted to dispose of the remains placed in a wheelbarrow before he was arrested. Justice Chinwe Sirim also held that the prosecution proved all elements of the offense beyond reasonable doubt and convicted the petrochemical engineering student accordingly. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the establishment of National Tax Policy Implementation Committee to drive nationwide enforcement of the administration's task force. The committee, chaired by financial expert Joseph Tebe, will harmonize implementation across federal, state and private sectors. Finance Minister Wale Dun will provide oversight. The presidency said the committee will consult widely to ensure the reforms align with economic growth targets and gain broad stakeholders' support. Nigeria recorded $20.98 billion in foreign capital inflows in the first 10 months of 2025, signaling a major rebound in investor confidence, according to CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso. Cardoso said the inflow represents a 70% rise over 2024 levels and a 428% jump when compared to 2023, driven by strengthened monetary reforms. He noted improvements in the foreign exchange market, including full clearance of FX backlog and new transparency system under the electronic FX management framework. Electricity distribution companies nationwide generated 196.26 billion naira in revenue for September 2025, according to the latest NERC sector performance fact sheet. Out of 241.54 billion naira billed, the DSCOs achieved a collection efficiency of 81.85%, with Echo, Abuja and Ikeja DSCOs topping performance charts. The report also shows billing efficiency rose to 86.43% as total energy received stood at 279.45 billion naira for the period under review. Petrol pump prices declined across several filling stations in Abuja following adjustments by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. Stations visited showed prices reduced from between 940 naira and 945 naira to between 930 naira and 935 naira per litre, reflecting increased market competition. The IPMAN spokesperson, Chinedu Kadike, attributed the drop to supply dynamics after Dangote refinery and depot owners reviewed their ex-depot prices downward. And now moving over to sports. Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has returned to full training with Galatasaray ahead of Monday's Istanbul derby against Fenerbahce. Osimhen had missed recent matches after sustaining a hamstring injury during national duty but was seen training with the squad on Friday. Galatasaray, leading the table with 32 points, will intensify preparations on Saturday as they face second-place Fenerbahce. Rivers United suffered a 2-1 defeat to RS Berkane of Morocco in their CAF Champions League Group A match in New York. The hosts led in the 37th minute after Mamadou Camara scored an own goal but lost concentration in stoppage time. Yonis El Kabi struck a late equalizer before the visitors sealed victory, leaving Rivers United without a point after 2 matches. And now to entertainment. The Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism and Creative Economy, Barrister Hannah Musa Musawa, has renewed the call for strong private sector collaboration to position Nigeria as a leading global destination for tourism and business. She urged investors to take advantage of the country's rich cultural heritage, diverse tourism assets, and growing creative economy. Speaking at the 8th Nigerian Tourism Investors Forum and Exhibition in Abuja, Musawa said the administration is committed to driving sustainability and unlocking the economic potential of the sector. She emphasized that the creation of the ministry reflects government's renewed vision to make culture, tourism, and the creative industries major pillars of national development. The minister projected that the sector is expected to contribute $100 billion to the economy by 2030 and create over 2 million jobs for young Nigerians. She noted that ministry is already addressing infrastructure gaps and policy challenges that have slowed growth in the past. Musawa highlighted new frameworks and materials being rolled out to support investors and improve the business environment. She called for deeper strategic partnership to fully harness Nigeria's cultural tourism and creative assets and accelerate long-term economic impacts. The U.S. tour of artists behind No Sign of Weakness has suffered cancellations, including the Minneapolis show scheduled for November 28 due to poor ticket sales. Ticketmaster announced the last-minute cancellation, with another show in Chicago also affected. No official reason was given by organizers. The development follows backlash over the artist's recent viral incident in Colorado and comments suggesting he only wants fans who buy tickets. Legendary musician Two-Face Idibia says his first son Nino does not intend to follow his path into music despite his saxophone talent. The singer disclosed that Nino aspires to become a medical doctor while introducing him at the event marking his 25th anniversary in the industry. Nino, born to Two-Face and Sumbo Adoye in 2006, is also a model and social media influencer. And now to a news update. Here are the main points. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has called for immediate announcement of the Guinea-Bissau election results, emphasizing the need for transparency. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has suspended Guinea-Bissau and commenced engagements with the country's coup leaders over the political crisis. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State has inspected ongoing development projects in the state and reaffirmed his administration's commitment to infrastructure delivery. The First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu has renewed her advocacy for the passage of the Gender Parity Bill to strengthen women's inclusion and rights. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has inaugurated the National Tax Policy Implementation Committee to drive the execution of the new tax laws. A federal high court has ordered the release of 27 properties earlier seized by the EFCC, ruling that the forfeiture was wrongful. And that's news update. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching.
The Osu-Ohu caste divide in Igbo society took center stage at the just concluded Fourth Enugu Diocesan Synod held at the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Under the theme "The Problem of Osu and Ohu in Our Communities" and the Amadi-Diala linkage, Uniting God's Igbo Children, Njikozi Igbo Umochukwu, the gathering drew clergy, laity and traditional leaders into an honest confrontation with one of the region's most enduring social challenges. The Emeritus Archbishop of Owerri and the head of Owerri Metropolitan See, Most Reverend Anthony J.V. Obinna, delivered the landmark paper tracing the historical roots, distortions, and human rights implications of the caste system. He described the hierarchy as an ancient but harmful legacy that contradicts Christian teachings and modern understanding of human dignity. Despite centuries of Christianity and legal reforms, Archbishop Obinna observed that discrimination persists in marriage, chieftaincy selection, and land ownership. He highlighted institutional efforts to tackle the problem, including the 2022 Joint Pastoral Directive by Catholic bishops in Onitsha and Owerri, which condemned caste segregation as obnoxious and incompatible with the Christian faith. He also referenced the 1956 abolition of the Osu designation by the Eastern Nigeria House of Assembly, noting that enforcement across Igbo states remains inconsistent. Human rights organizations like Pillars of Hope Africa Initiative have assisted traditional rulers in formally abolishing the caste system in parts of Imo State. The Archbishop outlined key social labels, Osu individuals historically dedicated to deities, Ohu those bought or captured as slaves or considered strangers, Amadi Diala the so-called freeborn, often upholding discriminatory barriers, and Ume, a lesser-known category associated with alleged early death in some areas, facing harsh stigmatization. He stressed that while definitions vary, all these labels share a legacy of exclusion and social stigma. Archbishop Obinna urged all Ndi regardless of caste label, to reclaim their God-given identity. The Amadi Diala, he said, must renounce claims of superiority, while Osu and Ohu and Ume should reject feelings of inferiority. True reform, he emphasized, requires heartfelt repentance, personal and communal, not just formal declarations. He outlined 5 steps towards healing: reject false caste identities, renounce derogatory attitudes and joke, confess past wrongs, resolve to end divisive practices, and embrace forgiveness rooted in love and humility. Only through sustained repentance, the Archbishop said, can Igbo break free from centuries of inherited prejudice. The Enugu Synod's engagement with the Osu-Ohu question represented a significant moment for Igbo society. By confronting discrimination openly, the Holy Ghost Cathedral has set a blueprint for reform, inspiring communities across Igbo land to uphold dignity, unity, and equality under God.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus and pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
To be a man is not to be hard, but
Good morning, and thank you for boarding the week in retrospect here on Aneke TV. I'm still your host, Uche Osai.
And I'm Deborah Wakuba, bringing you the headline on today's Week in Retrospect.
On the week in retrospect, we'll set the ball rolling with our Person of the Month recognition.
And right after that, we'll bring you up-to-date news reports and newspaper headlines throughout the week.
All right, and our Person of the Week or the Month personality is Most Reverend Barrister Christopher N. Ede.
Yes, our personality of the month of November 2025, Most Reverend Barrister Christopher N. Ede. And Most Reverend Barrister Christopher N. Ede stands as a distinguished leader and transformative figure at the helm of the Enugu Archdiocese of the Methodist Church, Nigeria. His grace exemplary leadership extends beyond spiritual guidance into dynamic national social reform, earning him the esteemed recognition as Personality of the Month on Aneke's TV, The Week in Retrospect. As a committed mentor and advocate, Archbishop Ede champions youth development, nurturing Nigeria's young people as the nation's future leaders with unwavering dedication. He is also a tireless crusader for social justice, persistently advocating ethical governance, transparency, and equitable treatments for all Nigerians. A fearless reformer, His Grace has led impactful campaigns and social or against harmful cultural practices, including the eradication of exploitative traditions such as ACY and ACWOKI, including organized fraud and illicit organ harvesting, demonstrating courageous leadership that intertwines ethical standards and cultural renewal. This recognition is not only about, it also honors Archbishop Ede's dedication, but also reinforces his influential role in shaping a more just and ethical Nigerian society.
Yes, and then we encourage more personalities in Nigeria to emulate characters like these and continue to work for the good of the common man in the society. And to that we say congratulations to Most Reverend Barrister Christopher N. Ede as our Personality of the Month for the month of November that is coming to an end this week.
All right, now we'll be moving over to the headline. First, let's take a look at today's newspaper coming from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and The Guardian newspaper. Now, on The Nation headline today, we have protection. VIPs turn to correctional service and SCDC private security firms. And on the Punch headline, we have Defense Headquarters summons grills soldiers in Abuja. And in Vanguard headline, insecurity, our ranks equipment have been infiltrated. And lastly on the Guardian headline, as youth-tide beckons, motorists, commuters agonize over deplorable interstate roads. And before we proceed, we'll go on a short break. You're still watching the week in retrospect. Now we'll be taking our headlines all over again, starting from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, Guardian newspaper. Now the Nation headline says protection, VIPs turn to correctional service and CDC private security firms. As still on The Nation, EFCC probes Malami over alleged multi-million-dollar deals. And then Ambassador Y. Tinubu opted for OK Dalhatu arrest. And on the Punch headline says, U.S. lawyers rape me at Bar Association conference, ex-American Judge Ademli. And still on the Punch headline, Defense Headquarters summons grills soldiers in Abuja. And then still on the Punch headline, we have the story, no true Muslim would kill Christian, says Islamic clerk. And then marked identity, how recycled SI SIM cards send innocent citizens to jail. And then the Guardian headline says, as youth-tide beckons, motorist commuters agonize over deplorable interstate roads. Still on the Guardian headline, a story about Oborowore unveils ambitions. And then also Banana Island property, Bunza accuses NDIC of intimidation, vows to seek legal redress. Still on the Guardian headline, we have a story where it says, Nigeria doesn't violate religious freedom, FD insists. Also, Nigerians spend 21.8 trillion naira on petrol in 12 months. And still on the Guardian headline, a story where it says, enough of LP service to state police. And then lastly, on the Vanguard headline, it says, insecurity, our ranks equipment have been infiltrated, says retired generals. And also still on the Vanguard headline, it also a story about Uniport student sentenced to death for killing his disembowering. And I'll take that again on the Vanguard headline that says Uniport student sentenced to death for killing disembowering lover. And then a story that says grieving family of 8 die in Benue auto crash. And again that says who owns dirty December, Nigerians prepare for it. And that's all. That's all for our newspaper headline. Mr. Ocha, I would like to know your takes.
All right. Let's start from the Punch newspaper.
Okay.
And the headline, where we are talking about the Defense Headquarters summons grills soldiers in Abuja. So we'll take that as our first paper review this morning. And then one is not going to shy away from speaking about the continuous state of insecurity in Nigeria, owing from what happened in the school in Kebbi State. You do remember that throughout the week, or perhaps this month, the rising issue has been on insecurity, given the kidnap of school children in Kebbi State, where 24 school children were abducted, and we've been going on and on about this, insecurities, kidnapping, bandits having their way all over our states. Is quite unfortunate, but do remember that about 24, 25 people from that school were kidnapped by bandits on as around this month, around 17th of this month actually, and though very quite unfortunate situation, but more worrisome is the fact that there were military personnel positioned at that place who were withdrawn. Until this moment, we do not know who made that call to withdraw the military from that very spot. But before I continue to delve into this very issue, let me first of all thank the President, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for the prompt action cancelling his international engagement to see that these children are brought back to their parents. And as of this morning, yes, we know that they have returned and reunited with their families. And to that, I am so excited, and I say kudos to Mr. President, to this government for that prompt action. Unlike what we witnessed during in 2014 to 2014-2015 election, where the Chibok girls were kidnapped, until today we can't give a comprehensive account of the rescue operations to bring those children back home. But in this case, we've seen a swift action, a determined president who has marshaled orders, but not just marshalling orders, but according to him, he monitored the operation by staying back, communicating with theater commanders, counseling international engagement. You remember that there were engagements, talk about the AU, EU, the meeting that happened in South Africa, in Johannesburg, where the president was supposed to be available and address the congregation, but he had to step back given to the security challenges at home. And to that, I am very grateful to Mr. President, and I say kudos to that effort. But I equally would plead with them that that effort should not stop there, but we should see to it that we have a preemptive action that will make such occurrence not to happen again. Moving away from Kebbi State, you go through the length and breadth of the Nigerian state, you see that there are instances at Iruku in Niger, you go to Kwara, you see cases of kidnapping and insecurity, though actions have been marshaled out. But this morning we are seeing that the defense headquarters are beginning to call back the military personnel who were withdrawn from this very location on that very day. And when you go by the account of the state governor and the district head, Mohammed Dantani, of that community, according to the district head, he said by the time he placed the call around 12 midnight, that the military personnel were positioned in that location. Then by one they were withdrawn, and who gave the order till this moment we do not know. And the governor, according to him, they had intelligence information that that very school would be attacked, and if to that they made plan that that place should be guided. But by 1 o'clock, somebody gave an order, and this moment we do not know who. And by 1:30, these bandits, came to the school and, carted away our school girls. The few policemen that were positioned there saw it as suicidal for them to engage the bandits who had superior number of men, superior firepower. According to them, if they would have gone ahead to engage, that would be, committing suicide. They held back, withdrew from engaging the bandits, and these bandits made away with up to more than 20 of our children from Marga, right? And that's quite unfortunate. And now we're hearing that the defense quarters have summoned all the troops who are involved, to the defense headquarters to give accounts. But before we continue to delve into this, I would call on the director so that we will watch a clips where the National Assembly equally were debating on this matter. And for that, I'm quite excited that our legislators are beginning to show concern across party line to discuss the issue of insecurity in Nigeria. While I have thanked Mr. President for that, and waiting for that video to come, it's more worrisome that we had intelligence that this would occur, but then we did little or nothing for that to happen.
My name is Engineer Baribe, and I represent Abia South. The writer, George Orwell, made a very profound statement, which I will quote. He says that in times of universal deceit, telling the truth becomes a revolutionary act. We are being told every day to be patriotic. We are being told here that we shouldn't say anything against. We are being told that, oh, you shouldn't talk about the past. You should focus on the present. Yet, on this floor, rather than focus on what we're supposed to talk about, we go back to say, oh, during 2015, oh, the Chibok girls happened, and oh, we are now rescuing people. People were not rescued at that time. During Chibok, 17 local governments in Katsina were not having parleys with bandits. People in Kebbi were not leaving all the rural areas and coming to only the urban areas to stay. People in Niger were not being kidnapped. So why do we need to? At any time we need to talk about the present issues of today. We go back to start to look for excuse for our failures of today. I only want to say, let us do the right thing. We're not blaming this government for what they are finding itself, but it is the government in power, and they should do the right thing. What are the right things? We take only one example. The governor of Kebbi said that somebody ordered troops out and people were kidnapped. Till today, nobody in Nigeria knows what happened, and no question has been asked. And we are sitting down here as a parliament, and we turn and we talk. Yet, somebody is responsible. If I'm the commander-in-chief, I will call the army commander in that place and the head of the army and say, if you don't get me the head of this person who withdrew the troops to put all these children in jeopardy, then you make an example of him. That is how a country is run. A country is not run on pacification. A country is run on confronting issues. I rest my case.
It's been rubbished. Our country, right before our eyes, is losing prestige and respect, and is endangered by the day. So this is a very serious motion. And I want to briefly object to the way and manner some of the comments from the other side have been on this very serious issue. This is the Senate of the Federal Republic.
Sorry,
no,
please.
I'm coming. Let me make my views, please.
You learn, but which other side? There is only
no.
There is only one side.
The mover of the motion. I'm coming. Before I say, please. The mover of the motion talked about.
This one, Senator Dixon.
He's taking it now. No. He's taking it on the other side. When they don't serious issues, I'm not asking this Senate we should be that we will come here and comment on a situation like this. Please, I respectfully request we have to talk about commendation. No.
avoid all of that now.
Commend them. We will commend them.
Your time is up.
Well, you are the deciding officer to determine if of this very serious national issue.
Can I guide you? Can I guide you? If you want to conclude your speech, be guided from the chair. The reality is that this affects all of us. So there's nothing like this side or that side. Immediately no. Well, the person watching you outside will think that the Senate is in two divisions. On the issue of insecurity that we are discussing, we are one side. The entire Senate is one. So there's nobody here that will come and say that this side is treating the issue with levity, this side. And if you say we should not commend the president, it simply means you should tell the president to sleep. When a man has canceled his international trips and stayed back to face the issue, what you are seeing is an attack on Nigeria by our enemies. And it's even as I'm speaking with you now, I understand that yesterday, in the same community or so, that they went there and then abducted a pregnant woman with 11 others yesterday night. You don't know when it will come to your village. So there's nothing like this side and that side. We are all Nigerians and we are all concerned with what is going on. So I would prefer that we concentrate on solutions. And what we are saying is that we must rise to the occasion. This country cannot bow to despair. Neither can we bow to fear. People are perpetrating this. They are human beings. Senator Garuba, maybe you may wish to highlight what you saw on the video you showed me today. Please stand up and do that.
Because when you invited Senator Abaribe to speak, you went on to reinforce the sentiments expressed by Senator Abaribe. Abaribe is not of APC. And so any attempt by anyone to distract us from what is obviously a national issue is a disservice to our collective desire to stand firm together and find a solution to what is clearly a national problem that has been there for over 20 years. Mr. President, I am not ashamed to affirm that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing his best.
Correct.
He's doing his best. That we have not yet there doesn't mean that he has done anything knowingly, whether by negligence or lack of interest. Under your leadership, Mr. President, you have encouraged us to approve not once, not twice, special supplementary budget to support our armed forces, arising from the request of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Watch that video, giving the importance of insecurity and what has been happening to our nation, the ravaging of most of our states by the bandits, terrorists, kidnappers all over the nation. We've seen the National Assembly deliberating on this issue because where security is concerned, every Nigeria is concerned. And then I've thanked Mr. President because as we speak, this children have been rescued and returned, reunited with their families, and then you see the heated argument at the National Assembly, given to the importance of security. Now, the question here is, who gave the order for the withdrawal of the troop from this secondary school in Marga? Who gave that very order, being that there has been already an intelligence information that school is a target for these bandits, and the security personnel, the troops were positioned in that place till midnight, and then until we were told they received a call, and then somebody withdrew them from that place. The question now is, who gave that order? And investigation, we are told, is being carried out at the defense headquarters to know who gave the order for the withdrawal of these troops. These very troops who were from Army barracks in Zuru in Kebbi State that were positioned there. We are being told down that all of them have been recalled to the defense headquarters to give account, and then for them to find out who really gave that very order. And it's quite important that we really find out who gave the order, given the spate of insecurities that I've witnessed across the length and breadth of this nation, and especially in northern part of Nigeria. And until we have such an inquest, we will begin to see that efforts like this may continually be sabotaged, either within or without. But this action by defense quarters, to me, is a step in the right direction, because if this is not done, similar efforts in future, or may see similar reoccurrence in future, because there have been instances where people complain that they see military, but when at the heat of action, you see that troops are withdrawn. So this action by the defense quarters is quite in order, and they should see to it that details from this very activity, actions and withdrawal, is found out, and not only being found out, but that whoever gave that order is well disciplined according to the military rules. That should be the way to deter others from future. This is a period where, with what we've witnessed, people are beginning to accuse the army, and without discipline, the army may not be able to achieve a lot. And if people are no longer able to trust the military, then it becomes even more worrisome that you may not have a handle on security situations in Nigeria. So it's quite commendable that we've seen, yes, the defense headquarters taking action. But most encouraging is that the parents of the children have come out to say that the bandit activities or issues as kidnapping of their children will not deter them from sending their children to acquire education. That in itself is quite commendable. That is very bold coming from the parents. And the Boko Haram, all the activities we were told is geared towards stopping formal education from taking place, and this result from parents will go on to encourage a lot of persons and to let the bandits know that their action will not deter people from pursuing formal education. That is quite a strong one from the parents, and I'm so excited by that comment coming from the parents of the children who are now reunited with their families. Quite kudos to Mr. President once more.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now we're moving over to our next paper, coming from the Vanguard headline that says, "Our ranks equipment have been infiltrated," says retired generals. Mr. Aucha, I'd like to know your take on this headline.
All right. Anyway, it's good that it's coming from these quarters. We've been talking about this for a long time. We've been speaking to infiltration, sabotage of the military. But it's good that it's coming within, that very, should I call it constituency now, that they are beginning to speak out to it. And it's quite disheartening when you have a military that is being sabotaged. We keep speaking to the gallantry of our security forces, of our armed men who have over the years gone to other countries and instituted peace within a short period of time. Wherever our troops have gone to, their history are still being told to you today. And then coming over to Nigeria, the issue of a ragtag bandits, terrorists, though with heavy firepower and all that, but given the Nigerian military that we know, that we've all been with, we know that the military have that capacity, they have the will to surmount any challenge. There have been, cases like this. When you go to Liberia, what they overcame in Liberia cannot be compared to the situation at home right now, though we know that they are being challenged from multiple fronts. But the capacity of our military is not in doubt. The military of our military and our boys is not in doubt. Our boys are so energized, they are so motivated, they are so courageous that when you see the exploits of our soldiers in battlefield, the terrains where they operate from, you cannot but send kudos to these boys, the personnel of the Nigerian army. They go to the uncovered there are terrains that they operate from, very, very bad terrain. But without that, they are not demoralized. Where you see landmines all over the places, you have your colleagues, fall in battlefront, yet you trudge on. There are moments where our soldiers have to move on without, food, without thinking of reinforcements and all that, but they courageously, hold their grounds, when they know that the next minute they could be the next to fall in line. So speaking to the courage, to the zeal and the gallantry of our forces is not in doubt. But one obvious thing that, yes, we need to courageously flog is the issue of infiltration of our military, and it's quite time that we'll begin to speak to that. And if I may, this is a nation where we've seen that our men are made to fight side by side or to unite with men who have raised ammunition against them. Speaking to the Boko Haram that we are told that we are being, reformed and then rehabilitated and being reabsorbed into the Nigerian armed forces. I've not seen anywhere where you reabsorb men who have, raised ammunition, terrorists, where you resolve terrorists into your military, that in itself is a sabotage on its own and shouldn't be allowed to continue. How do we begin to say that these men who have been rehabilitated and reintegrated into the army doesn't have sympathy and loyalty to the terrorists, the banditry, the kidnapping organization where they first paid allegiance to? And then seeing what is happening, you may recall the death of Brigadier General Musa Oba, who fell in battlefield when his communication with the base for rescue was leaked, and instead of the Nigerian army coming to pick him up, he was picked by the terrorists and was butchered, killed just like a common criminal. This is a brigadier general who is leading troops. You remember that he was the commander in charge of the 25th Task Force Brigade in Borno, but was captured by Aswa Boko Haram and dehumanized and killed, like a common ordinary person. Not to say that an ordinary person should be killed, but a general from the Nigerian army, is quite unfortunate. And given that one can only, speak to the fact that yes, that our military is being infiltrated. And speaking to what do we really need to do, this is where the military has to take decisive, action, decisive decision. To speaking to will, given by the number of attacks that we witnessed. We were just finished talking about the girls from Marga School, but beyond that, we saw that over 100 and about 200 people with their teachers were equally kidnapped at St. Mary's Primary School in Niger State. Then, even in our FCT, is not left out. We heard about the kidnapping as well, of people from around the FCT, totaling to about 20 to 30 persons. So you see that every looks and cranny of this nation, that the military are engaged, and for the military to be effectively discharge their duties, you need to have an army that is united, that is not compromised, that is not sabotaged in any way and manner. So when you engage, experienced retired officers who are now coming out to say that yes, that they are being compromised, when you go through this interview, you see that retired generals who have been theater, commanders, talk about GOCs, AOCs, AFOCs, and field commanders and field marshals in the field commanders, being interrogated, and they are telling you that there is infiltration. Then that's where the military has to begin to look inwards, carry out an inquest to know and decide the loyalty of their officers. But above that, speaking to the equipment, like this, where we need to see that we begin to, reevaluate the equipments that we use, especially communication gadgets that we use. This where, like other civilized developed nations, you have encrypted equipment where communication will not filter into the hands of the terrorists, the bandits. And this is where we need to our engagement with the United States government, you know, we need to ask for support in area of encrypted equipment, so that our communication will be secure. Like, so that the what happened to Brigadier Musa Uba would not repeat itself again, where information we do not know if it is a sabotage or an interception of communication by the bandits. But with encrypted equipment, we will see that such data, you know, doesn't fall into wrong hands. Such information doesn't go into wrong hands. When you have secure channel of communication, you're able to primarily, you know that yes, when you marshal out operational plan, it will not be leaked, you know, at the theater, and that is one way to go. Then beyond that, to speak to the will of the, you know, military top echelon and the politician to carry out decisive inquest into the military and into military operations going forward. So I can tell you, without that inquest, our military taking to cognizance, you know, recognition of the fact, yes, that we may be having a military that has been infiltrated, that has been, compromised through the ranks and file of the military. And that's why I'm happy that the troops who were put out from Maraga, you know, are now called at defense headquarters to give account of who gave the order for them to withdraw from that location. And until we begin to, you know, after every operation, bring in men from the theater, debrief them. And when you debrief them, you begin to see how to fortify future operations. You know, in the case of this ongoing crisis with the bandits, we are told that sometimes our military won't be able to engage, right? So when you debrief men, you find out what the issues are really, and then you begin to, you know, re-strategize in subsequent operations so that your operations are not compromised. Your operations, you know, go through. You won't have a fail-through operation where when you get the required results from such operations. And it's time that the military show zeal to have this an inquest, and then we'll begin to upgrade our equipments. And beyond the issue of personnel, where, you know, when I listen to former President Olusegun Obasanjo talk, this is where we will see that we will mobilize more equipment, talk about drone, which we can attack this forest. You know, kudos to Mr. President, who has ordered 24-hour surveillance around these vast forest areas, you know. But beyond that, we need more drones, more equipment, you know, to see that we will carry out this order without compromise.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now we'll be moving over to our next paper, which is the Nation headline that says, Protection, VIPs turn to Correctional Service and SCDC, private security firms. And this headline is coming due to the fact of the recalling of police officers assigned to VIPs for security and redeployment to general policing duties. And now these VIPs or high-profile individuals are turning or shifting to apply to the NSCDC and private security sectors in order to offer them protection. And Mr. Ocha, I would like to know your thoughts on this.
You know, when I see this headline, even when I saw a similar headline yesterday, you know, I was laughing. And that tells you that, first of all, I don't know, but the VIPs, you know, I assume that among these VIPs, some of them are not just entrepreneurs, you know, men from the site. I assume that they are former leaders. Talk about politicians who are among these VIPs who are now scampering to correctional facilities
for protection.
For protection. Perhaps they should make space in the correctional facility as well, where they can, you know, keep them for safety keepings as well. Why I'm laughing is that you discover that among these VIPs who have former leaders, you know, who were supposed to have, you know, seen that policies that will see that we do not get to the kind of situations we are witnessing in Nigeria at this moment, that it never happened. But maybe perhaps as a failure of responsibility, maybe the relation from duty or something, then we're at a stage where we are talking about withdrawal of the
police.
We are withdrawing police, you know, from VIP protection, and that has exposed a lot of individuals to the insecure nature of our society. And then you see them scampering to civil defense, to now correctional officers for protection. And that's an irony in itself, because I am meant to understand that the correctional facilities are meant to, you know, secure
the prisoner inmates,
operation facilities,
yeah.
Secure the inmates, their movement to court and back, and that's why it was so funny to me hearing that our VIP, such elevated men, are now seeking the services from the correctional officers. But beyond that, I, for one, I celebrated the fact that yes, the police are being withdrawn because this is a nation, like we always say, that is underpoliced. We are, said to be over 230 million in population, and against that background, do we have up to 200,000 personnel in the police force to, police over 230 million individuals? And against that background, that we do not have enough, we have about 100,000 assigned to VIP protection duties. That, is an irony of sorts, that you do not have enough manpower to police your society, and you have over 100,000 in a police force that may not boast, let me go a little further, that may not boast over 300 and something thousand men. If they are up to, and you have about 100,000 engaged in private services, is quite apt, that order from Mr. President to withdraw police from such VIP protection services is quite apt, and is quite in order and timely, and I support that, in total. And then that is a step in right direction if we want to get things right. But beyond that, the VIPs who are running to correctional officers and civil defense, I do not think that that's the way to go. I feel that if you know that you deserve protection, you can, go to engage the private security agencies.
Yeah.
We'll see that happen all over the world. We'll have security agencies who give protection duties. They are recognized by the law, and in Nigeria, we'll have such security agencies. We'll see Tantita that is, occupied with policing and checking our pipeline, against vandals. So the other security forces equally, where we step up legislation to see that these VIP who can afford it can go to them, and by that means you are equally improving the economy, and you are increasing, the opportunity for employment as well, so that we do not weigh down the security forces from their primary function of, securing life and property of Nigeria as a collective and not for individual. I'm not taking away from the fact that yes, there are individuals in society who deserve such protection. For example, you must give judges, a police protection. That is allowed because they, in the line of their job, they need that protection as well. But speaking to where we have retired this and retired that, and a lot of men in the society who can pay to have police protection, paying for it, then the generality of Nigerians are left vulnerable, should not be tolerated, and that's why I commended the president for that. And seeing this happening, I pray and I hope with the order of Mr. President for such men to be debriefed and returned and sent to where there is need for it, I will keep celebrating that, and I will keep encouraging Mr. President. And then when we ever come out from this, situation, this security situation that we are witnessing in Nigeria now, we should deter from, allowing police protection and VIP protection taking them away from their primary responsibility to go and protect some of the elites. They can afford it, like I've said. They should go to the private firms, procure their services, and then of course that should be regulated by the state as well. Then going forward, where we're now seeing agitation for state creation, and the president has lent his voice to that in terms of talking to the legislatures to expedite action even with their state counterparts to see that state policing comes into effect as soon as possible. Perhaps that will give the opportunity for even the elites. The state police could be saddled with the VIP protection as well, where they do not have to overwhelm the federal forces with menial responsibility away from their national assignment.
All right, thank you very much for that. And moving over to our last paper for Saturday, which is today, and it's coming from the Guardian headline that says, as Yuletide reckons, motorist commuters agonize over deplorable interstate roads. Now, as the festive period is approaching, the country's biggest the attention has once again shifted to the country's biggest annual challenges, which is the deplorable state of interstate roads across Nigeria. And millions of Nigerians prepare to travel home for the Yuletide celebrations. Motorists and commuters are raising fresh concerns over the terrible condition of many major highways. Reports indicate that several federal and state roads linking key regions have become almost impassable due to deep potholes, erosion, failed portions, and ongoing construction delays. Mr. Aucha, I would like to know your thoughts on this.
Why am I so, the giving conciliatory laughs is quite unfortunate that even in this time we're still talking about the deplorable condition of roads. I was spoken about that a number of times, and then this year I may beg to differ with the policies of the government at this time, because when you look at it, that we're beginning to engage a humongous amount of money into, constructing, is it Lagos Coastal Highway, that you've seen billions of naira being invested in the construction of a new coastal highway, while the already existing federal government roads in Nigeria is neglected, abandoned, and in a very deplorable condition. What we have achieved with the money, if the money that we're using for the construction of new roads are invested into maintaining an elevation of the already existing roads in Nigeria, that would have gone a long way to ease the suffering of Nigerians. And this is why I beg to differ with the policies of the present government, where they are beginning to build new roads and other. No, what happened to the existing ones? You should have voted money to see that those ones are even upgraded, operational, before we start, voting such homogeneous amount of money into building new roads, new coastal highway. This is not me saying that a coastal highway is bad and may not have purposes, but a situation whereby the existing ones are in such deplorable condition. Now we are entering the festive season, where we know that you see an increased road activities across the federation, and this is a period where you see high rates of accidents on our road, because a lot of people want to return home. The festive period is a long holiday period in Nigeria, where women, families travel from their location back to their villages, back to where they will go have a holiday, recreational facilities. You see heavy movement, and between this period you even see traders moving about throughout the federation, some going to buy new wares, transporting them to where they will sell them off. So there is increased heightened activities on our road. And what is the nature of our road? For example, when you travel through the east-west road, travel from Lagos down towards the east, what are the conditions of the road? Can you move from the east to north central, from Enugu, for example, through Ubola for passing to Benue? The road, is it motorable? Even though it's quite commendable that most at times you see construction engineers and tractors on the road, but what is the state of those roads? Are they passable? And when you drive through nooks and crannies of this nation, moving from, for example, Abuja to Kano, for example, look at that road that has been awarded over years. That road has been in construction getting to 20 years now, and each successive government, no one don't seem to complete that very route. And for years, even this time around, I've seen filters of news of controversies concerning that very road that has been in perpetual construction. Until this moment, as I'm talking to you, when you apply that road, you still see that it's still under construction. I have traveled through that road, for example, I've driven through that road. There are moments when that road, you can drive through that road with your eyes closed, but I can tell you that at this point in time, that's not the case here. You can't even afford to take your eyes off the road for one bit, because of the deplorable nature of the road. That does not take away the fact that there are some portions that have been completed at the moment, but in a Nigeria that is voting such homogeneous amount of money into construction of new roads, should have seen that the ones available are upgraded, where we have even some tiny bendy roads. We should have elevated them. This way, when you travel to some places, you begin to see 3, 4 lanes. In Nigeria, we are still maintaining mostly 2 lanes, and they are in very deplorable condition. And you have most of our, you see the road network as our major means of, commuting from one location to the other, especially interstates, where the trains are not as viable as they ought to be. This is still our major means of transportation, and they are in this very bad condition. We cannot overflog this issue. The government should go back to the drawing board. The Minister of Transportation, Minister of Work, they should go back and, go back to the drawing table. This road should have been elevated even before the festive season begin to, come upon us as it is, because even as at this moment, the heightened activities on the road, cannot be, wished away, and they will continue to be on the increase, and you begin to see that there are avoidable situations, avoidable accidents that lives that we have saved if we have upgraded this road, to a level where, not even to that perfect level as where we will see in other nations of the world, but to a very, even to the Nigerian standard, that will say that a road is in order and is passable and usable. Because when you check it, there are no train system here. You can't have any train moving from eastern Nigeria to northern Nigeria. I have not seen any of such. There's no train moving from, let's say, Port Harcourt to Lagos that will take people as an alternative road. So people are still stuck with the road. When you want to use air services to travel by air, I tell you that the common Nigerians can no longer afford it. To move from Enugu, for example, to Lagos, or from Enugu to Abuja, you need to, before you embark on such journey, to get your ticket, you have to keep from 150 to 200,000 down. That's a one road trip, not two-way trip, not a round trip. So you see that the generality of the people are forced to make use of the road, and the government, like we've always said, that beyond securing life and property, it is equally their duty to see that life is made comfortable for the people. And without the road being passable, you see that there will be scarcity of food commodities across the market. For example, talk about moving tomato from north down to east, or from, let's say, from Kano, from Kebbi, from Kaduna, moving them to Lagos in such bad state. You will see that there are instances you see trucks falling on the road. There are instances where you will see, if you do not meet log jam, you may have one incident on the other, where before they get to the market, you will see that the tomatoes are beginning to rotten, and such individuals who have invested money into such produce will begin to lose money, and it has ripple effects on the economy. I cannot go into begin to talk about the ripple effects of the bad road network that we have in Nigeria presently, but I'm concerned for the life of the citizens who ply this very road, because we begin to talk about the wastage that the bad road network that we have in Nigeria is costing us, the manpower hours that is being wasted on our road, to bad road, to traffic, to accidents. Then you will see that a lot of resources are wasted because of bad road in Nigeria. If we begin to explore them, we may not be able to finish in a day. When you begin to explore what will have been a situation where you can, on a dial of the phone, get food from the markets in the north and get them transported to, let's say, eastern Nigeria or southern Nigeria in a matter of minutes, a matter of hours, like in other civilized world where you can ply a train, you're moving from, let's say, Port Harcourt to Maiduguri, and in 2 hours, you know that when you leave Port Harcourt, you'll be in Maiduguri, and you're able to, carry out your activities and go back to Port Harcourt the same day. This should be the aim of our government in this time, and until we have such situation, and we begin to improve on our roads, we will now know the ripple effect is having on economy, as about the security of lives and property. And I can tell you also that if the road network are in order, if they are put in a very good condition, the cases of insecurity that we witness, where people are kidnapped when they are traveling, may be reduced, because it will be easier to equally check activities on the highway where you have good roads. And when they know that, yes, the roads are in good condition, cars may not necessarily have to slow down, because when you again go check, when you interrogate a lot of persons, you see that is at those bad spots, that's where these men of the underworld, lay and wale people who are traveling on our roads, who cannot overemphasize that. And I call on the government, both the state and the federal government, to see since we care for the people who have elected us into office. And when you go through the manifestos across the length and of the political parties, you see all of them talking about giving you a good road network. And it's time for them to go back to the drawing board and see that at least that the things that they will leave Nigerians for. When you talk about, we talk about light, you talk about shelter, you talk about light, you talk about food. Next thing is what? The road network. Because through this road network, you can be able to bring down the prices of commodities in the market as well. So it's high time that our government, both states, federal, look into this situation, call the attention of the Minister of Works, let them go back to the drawing board and look into it. But one thing I differ with the government is that the amount that is invested into the construction of new road would have been able to elevate the existing one to a situation where they will be passable, where they will be, acceptable by the majority of Nigerians. If you go on the street and ask many people are so scared to travel by road in Nigeria now due to the deplorable nature of our roads.
All right, thank you very much for that. Well, now that is all for Saturday's newspaper. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll dive into the rest of the newspaper for the week. Supposed to close
10:50. That's why I'm wasting this time.
10:50.
That's what's on the roster, so they cannot do repetition. You have something to play. So we don't repeat. So I will not repeat anything. What the schedule is 10:50. I know we started earlier.
But we know to finish 10:15 now. We'll start earlier. Kosi, please, can you check if there's water there so he will drink? I beg.
Please bring water.
There's nothing there. Just check if there's bottled water there.
It's finished.
It's finished.
Sherry is there. Don't worry.
Okay.
Let's go see it.
You're still watching the Week in Retrospect. Now we'll be moving over to the week's newspaper headlines, starting from the Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and the Guardian newspaper. Now to Monday's newspaper, in the Nation says 38 Kwara abductees rescued. And in the Punch headline says mass abduction crisis, Tinubu pulls 100,000 policemen from VIPs. And then in Daily Trust, it says insecurity, 13 teenage girls abducted in Borno. And lastly, in the Guardian headline, it says international pressure mounts on federal government as states close schools over kidnapping.
Let's look at the Guardian newspaper. All the newspapers that they are all talking about insecurity in Nigeria And then here we are seeing international pressure mounts on FG as state close schools over kidnapping. But before we begin to talk about that, let's bring it into context that some of the kidnapped people are being, reunited with their family, and then we've sent goodwill and thanks to Mr. President for his decisive action to see that these children are returned to their family, and it's quite commendable that the government, took prompt action to see that these children are not only united with their family. We were told that most of them that they were not raped, during when they were in captivity and all that, and that is quite a case for celebration, against what we knew and what we witnessed in this nation, that when the issue of Chibok happened till date, we didn't have a comprehensive information on their rescue, and if they were ever all rescued. We know that there were some that were left in captivity, but in this case, we've seen Mr. President who, cancelled all foreign trips, sat back home and see that they are released. But speaking to this headline, yes, the issue of Nigeria being designated as a country of particular concern has elevated attention to Nigeria's security situation. Remember that it's been said that Christians are being killed in Nigeria, but which Nigerian government over the months, days have labored to explain the complicities of the Nigerian state, that it's not just Christians who are being killed, that other religions are being killed as well. But the emphasis is that, like we've always maintained, is that people are killed in Nigeria and that human life is sacrosanct, irrespective of whether it's Christian or Muslim. The emphasis is that the government should make sure that people's lives are not cut short, that they protect the life and property of Nigerians, as against the background of incessant kidnapping that we witnessed in Marga, in Kwara, in Kebbi, in Niger State. A lot of schools, governments are beginning to close schools. Even government closed some unity schools to about 41 schools, because these insurgents are beginning to target the schools, especially the girl child school, that they see as soft spots. Remember that the minister then said that these bandits are beginning to, target soft spots, and with the heightened kidnapping that we witnessed, we saw that, yes, true to that schools are being targeted, and then the governments have taken decisions, especially state governments. Some state governments have come out to begin to close school, talk about Plateau, talk about even Adamawa, talk about Taraba. Everybody is taking cognizance of what is happening, but the government of Plateau State came out publicly to close schools. We saw Kebbi State as well, where 25 female students were kidnapped at the beginning of all this. So with that is to forestall the situation that we're witnessing. But beyond closing school, the question should be, what are the measures that are put in place to check these bandits from being able to carry out such heinous activities? Yes, the international community have shown concern with the debate that was going on in Congress, but we are happy that the United States government and the Nigerian counterparts are beginning to, set up a committee that will look into the situation, how the government of United States of America will assist us, beyond the image laundering, and action that we'll see that can be actionable, that will help Nigeria surmount the security challenges are in place. And kudos to the government by that delegation led by the NSA, talk about Nuhu Ribadu, that led the committee that went to engage their counterpart in the United States of America. And I think with that collaboration, we'll begin to witness a lot of improvement in the area of security in Nigeria and going forward.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now we'll be moving over to our Tuesday paper, starting from The Nation. It says, Southwest rises against bandits. And in the Punch headline, it says, kidnapping crisis, governors convene emergency session, school lockdowns rise. And in the Vanguard headline, it says, Kebbi, Niger schools abductions, U.S. to share intel demands action. And in the Guardian headline, it says, military decries complexity of threat as Southwest governors call for state police.
All right, let's look at the Guardian newspaper, where going from the headline we saw in Punch about governors beginning to meet, and then in this previous week we saw that the governors of the western states, converged in Ibadan to deliberate on the state of insecurity in Nigeria and how to secure the forests around their states. We cannot overflow the issue of insecurity in Nigeria, where we've seen that the bandits, the terrorists, talking about the ISWAP, the Boko Haram, they've operated from the forest and they will always go back into this forest. And until we begin to secure this forest, the activities will continue to be a heightened one. And then against that background, we've seen that not just the Southwest governors, the governors from the 19 states of the northern states in Nigeria equally met to deliberate on the state of insecurity in Nigeria, but commending on the government or the governors of the Southwestern states who met and instituted a Southwestern Security Fund, as a moving fund to use in combating insecurity in their region is a good one. Bear in mind that everybody is beginning to take note that what is happening from one state can equally spread to another state. And I keep maintaining that there is security challenge across the length and breadth of this nation. Moving from Borno to Bayelsa, you will see kidnappings here and there. Though what we're witnessing is a heightened activity at the northern axis, but doesn't take away from the fact that every looks and cranny of this nation we are facing security challenge. And for the governors of the western states coming together now to pool resources together, show up funds that they will use to mobilize and see that the forests, the heavy forests around the southwestern states are well, if I may use the word governed, because that's an ungoverned space for me. If the bandits can operate freely in those areas, that means it's an ungoverned state, right? Yeah. These are non-state actors. If they are performing, then that territory is an ungoverned spot. And then coming together to see how that areas will be, well checked, well protected, and turned to a governed state is a good one to be commended. And then beyond that, the Western governors came together to start, giving call for state police. Yes, and we've been talking about this, that being that the federal forces are being overwhelmed with the myriad of security challenges that we have seen all over, given to the withdrawal of VIP protection by the president, there is need for us to begin to have this conversation around the issues of state police. And the president, as a result of this call, had given the legislature an order to begin to deliberate on the issue of state police for states who are willing to have state police, which is, again, where I differ with Mr. President. For me, I think that we'll have a collective legal framework that will ensure that if we are if we are by law allowing state police to come into place, that it should be across the federation, that we should go into that once. But some have argued that the resources to maintain state police, that not all states may be able to afford that. But if you go against that argument, you will see that across the length and breadth of the nation, there is a vigilante services, there is neighborhood watch across most of the states. If you go to Anambra State, for example, you have the Ebubago or Agune Chamber, stuff like that. And then when you go through the western states, where already you have Amatokun that was in place, these are some sort of state police. Yeah. So what we are saying is to give it a legal backing and have a unified, legal status for state police, yeah, so that it will not be in discrepancy. Not when you get to one location, you're seeing men in, they are called this, and sometimes when you drive through into some states and you're being stopped, first of all, what you try to do is, which uniform is this? Which people are these? There are instances where I have been accosted, for example, not at night, but on entering a new state, I saw men in a different uniform that I don't understand. I was beginning to ask, when is immigration starting on the road to carry out road checks and all that? But later I got to discover that these are some sort of neighborhood watch or something. But when we give a legal framework in fight backing and all states enters into it, then we know that this is what happened, and it becomes difficult for the criminals when chased out from one state to have a safe haven in another state if all states are go into state policing at the same time. Against that background, that's where I will support the call from Mr. President for the legislature to expedite action, have that legal framework and engage the state legislatures as well, so that they will back the process. So I will expedite action and bring state policing into place. Because this, what we've seen that this state police the federal police that we have now are overwhelmed and should be helped. And how do we help them beyond the directive of Mr. President that there should be recruitment of more men? Then the state police is another way that we could check the security situation in Nigeria, and it is quite apt that we begin to look into it as at yesterday.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now we'll be moving over to our Wednesday paper, that the Nation reporting that Tinubu relieved by freedom for 24 abducted Kebbi school girls. And on the Punch headline says, kidnapping spree escalates as federal government negotiates hostages freedom. And the Vanguard headline says, Tinubu orders 24-hour area surveillance on Kwara, Kebbi, Niger forest. And lastly, on the Guardian headline says, insecurity triggers rare APC dissent in reps amid fresh Kwara, Kano attacks.
Let's look at the president ordering 24-hour surveillance of the forest areas, and which we've commended, given to the matters of kidnapping. This period is all been about insecurity. That's what has been making the news. It's all about Nigeria has been about insecurity. There's been heightened attention on insecurity, given the number of abduction that we've witnessed. But the president have come out decisively, to order a 24-hour area surveillance on Kwara, Kebbi, Niger forest as well, and which I say is quite commendable. When we interrogated the issue, we saw the vastness of the forest that's in question, and then the dispersed communities that do not live in one place around the forest belts, making it difficult for policing and then being an avenue for the bandits, the terrorists to exploit and attack this area. But with the president, instituting 24-hour area surveillance and manning of the axis around the forest is a way to go, and I think we're beginning to witness the result from that, being that the girls that were kidnapped in Kebbi have been returned. When we saw that there was an engagement with the military, though the military could not kinetically engage the bandits because of the children, but with the surveillance, we were told that the bandits were not able to move further in the forest. They couldn't match the children from where they were located at that point in time back deep into the forest due to the 24-hour area surveillance, where we had the military surveilling and trailing them all along and necessitating the communication that what the bandits say is a negotiation, which many has claimed that ransom was paid, but nobody has come up publicly to tell us that government paid ransom to release these children. But what we're celebrating is that these children are back, they are hale and hearty, and we are told that they were not tortured. So this period, we've witnessed a situation where the right decisions has been made, and this right decision seems to be carried out, which is why I am celebrating the decisiveness of Mr. President concerning this security challenge. He has gone further to declare a state of emergency on security in Nigeria, and then with this surveillance, the condoning of this forest area, I believe that the activities of the bandits, the terrorists, talk about the ISWAP, the Boko Haram, will be well checked, and they won't be able to have safe haven as they usually have from where they come out and operate and go back into. And this is quite kudos to Mr. President, that he has taken special interest on securing the life and property of the citizens who have voted him into office. We cannot overemphasize that. This is a very nice one for me. I give them thumbs up, and with this, we pray and hope that the issue of abduction and kidnapping, is brought to the barest minimum, that insecurity is reduced drastically. Like I keep mentioning, there's nowhere in the world you don't have security challenges.
Yeah, that's true.
A heightened one like this, should not be allowed. Yes, government, I believe, is beginning to take decisive action on insecurity.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now let's move over to our Thursday paper, and the Nation reports that emergency on security, Tinubu OK State Police. And then the Punch headline says, abduction crisis, Tinubu declares emergency as NASS rejects bandit negotiations. And Vanguard headline says, insecurity, Tinubu declares emergency. And then lastly, the Guardian headline says, Tinubu declares emergency on insecurity, backs governors on state police.
Yes, okay, let's stick to the Guardian newspaper where Tinubu declares emergency on insecurity and backs governors on state list. I think, like I've just finished talking about it, the president is taking the right steps in the right direction, and is quite encouraging. And I feel that the generality of Nigerians are beginning to have hope and believe in the government again, the government's ability to be on top of the situation. When you look at the video we watched at the National Assembly where they were deliberating on the issue of insecurity, that will give you a sense of the fact that Mr. President is actually, doing his best to see that this issue is contained. Bearing in mind that the security challenges as we're witnessing didn't start from today. It's been there for about 15 years before the arrival of this very government. But what is most encouraging is that the president has come out this time around taking charge, making decisive action, cancelled foreign trips, and decided to sit back, marshal order and oversee to these orders himself.
That is carried out, yeah.
Exactly. So that is quite commendable. And then, with the president backing state list that I've talked about, yes, it's, when you go through Nigeria and study this issue, it's been at the front border. This is not the first time we are talking about the issue of state police in Nigeria. Almost every socio-cultural organization in Nigeria at one time or the other have called for state police in Nigeria. So it's been a subject of debate over time. But against the various groups, various views on state police, where some have argued about abuse and misuse by the politicians, and while some, at the other end, argue that with the fine legal framing and backing of this state police, that it will not be, the politician will not be able to abuse the state police if, when the laws are set in motion, and then we begin to have state police. But against that background, irrespective of whichever divide you belong to, the situation at hand is so challenging and such that we are seeing that the federal police are overwhelmed and they need the requisite help that they need. And what do we do at this instance is that state police is the right way to go. And I, for one, I support the idea of state policing. What matters is that we'll give it the required legal framework that will back it and shield it from abuse by anybody, that politicians will not have the wherewithal to be able to abuse the process. If that is done, I tell you that this will help in sharing up security around the various states of the federation, and is the right thing to do. I give kudos to Mr. President for lending his voice to the issue of state police. The onus now lies on the legislature to see that they do the needful, so that we'll not begin to have a situation. I can't remember any time where insecurity has been celebrated for a such long period in our nation news headlines, the way it has happened this period. And I believe that with state police in place, the issue of crime will be curtailed to the barest minimum. Is a right way to go. And I support the governors, I support the federal government for giving their backings to that, and I implore every woman in Nigeria to support the idea of state police. If we get it right, it will go a long way in helping us as a people, in helping us to see that crime rate is reduced. Beyond that, we look at the issue of employment as well. With state police, we've been talking about unemployment in Nigeria. We have a lot of our youths who are not engaged. People who graduate from universities, there's no job available. With state police, we'll see that a good number of people will be employed into state police, and that in itself will equally help the economy, help a lot of our young ones, and in all, the major emphasis is on reduction of crime.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now we'll be moving over to our last paper for today, coming from Friday newspaper, and the Nation headline that reads, Nigeria-US Joint Working Group to hold security talks. And on the Punch headline says, Safe Schools project stalls in 30 states as abduction rise. And also still on the Punch headline, where it says, VIPs move to engage NSCDC after 11,000 policemen recall. And the Vanguard headline reads, Bandits kidnap pregnant woman, 30 others in Niger FCT. And still on the Vanguard, Guinea-Bissau Jonathan returns as AU echoes decry coup. And lastly, on the Guardian headline, armed attacks intensify as Tinubu OK's US-Nigeria security plan.
All right, let's go to the Vanguard newspaper and speak to the issue of the coup that we witnessed in Guinea-Bissau, right?
Yeah.
I've maintained that it's quite unfortunate that a nation where the citizens, everybody has participated in a pool in the democratic process to, see who will be elected, who will be re-elected or elected to spearhead the affairs of the nation. And in that process, where everybody was waiting for the final result to be announced, you see the military coming to truncate the process, by engaging in a coup and then sacking the existing government and making sure that they derail the democratic process is quite unwholesome and unwelcoming, And if I may proceed further, I don't know why we're beginning to have the incursion of the military into leadership in Africa this period. See what is happening in this around the Sahel. We will see military taking over governments. While we are beginning to say that democracy would engender the kind of development that we need around Africa, West Africa in particular. But the military are beginning to emboldened to come back into power. And when you begin to critique the situation, to find out why the military are beginning to get the boldness to go back into action. This is me drilling a bit from the issue of Guinea-Bissau, for example. I think that the action of the politicians, the leaders, are beginning to embolden the military, to begin to want power again, especially given the fact that when they see how the politicians, use money, how the level of corruption in place and the level of acquisition, the wealth the politicians and leaders acquire when they come into office, that on its own is enough ground to spur the military, to want to take over power against the popular argument that they've come to curb corruption because of the bad situations in a country, economic situations and all that they always give you when the military, come in a military coup. But I think that the action of the politicians more or less encourages this kind of actions like we've witnessed in Guinea-Bissau. If you remember that after this election, while we're waiting for the results, the popular candidates in this very election talk about the sitting president Omaro Embalo and the major opponent Fernando Diaz came out publicly to each of them claiming victory in an election result that is yet to be announced. That in itself creates a catalyst of confusion and chaos and has emboldened and enabled the military now to come out to carry out a coup and sack an existing government. And then talking about Jonathan in the fray, remember that Jonathan led the African Elders Forum that went to Guinea-Bissau to monitor the election, and equally will have the other missions by AU and ECOWAS. The AU mission was led by Philip Yusi, and that of ECOWAS was by Camara, right? So it was not only just President Goodluck Jonathan who was there. There are other, diplomats who were there to monitor that very election. Okay. And this process is almost coming to a conclusion by the time General Dennis came to announce, after we've heard gunfire at the presidential palace. At this point in time, we do not know if there were casualties because of the gunfires that was heard, but we know that some men have been kept incommunicado, Then the General Dennis now declared that the military have taken over and is an action led by all branches of the military of Guinea-Bissau, which is quite unfortunate. At a point, we were expecting that result to be announced, and then there were fear of former President Goodluck Jonathan being left behind in that place, as many have seen posts where people were beginning to say that Nigeria abandoned him. But the most important thing, like I did tell you when we were talking about it, is that former President Jonathan will be safe and he will return safely to Nigeria, and we'll know that he has, returned to Nigeria on board. Is it this is provided by Cote d'Ivoire that brought him back to Nigeria safely, and he is here. And this morning, I heard President Jonathan is calling for the announcement of that very electoral result in Guinea-Bissau, that the military should go back to the barracks, that result should be announced and honored. And that, I think, is the right thing he should do as a diplomat. But this is where I call on the President of Nigeria and the leadership of ECOWAS and AU to begin to mount pressure on General Dennis and his cohorts to return Guinea-Bissau back to democracy. And I do not know particularly why Guinea-Bissau as a country, has been belittled with myriads of coups. About 4 times now, we've seen successful coups in Guinea-Bissau, and it's quite unfortunate that you even have failed coups in that nation. I do not know why there is this military takeover every time in Guinea-Bissau. Perhaps it's time for their diplomats, their politicians to sit up and see that they have the enabling policy that will better the life of their citizens, so that the military won't have any reason or excuse that they will cite when they seize power in that nation. But more or less, I believe and I hope that they return back to democracy.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now that is all for today's Week in Retrospect. Please do not forget to send us your views using hashtag retrospect at Aneke TV across Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
Yes, and thank you for cruising with us on the Week in Retrospect. Until come your way, same time next week, I'm Uche Osai.
And I'm Deborah Wakoba. Thank you for staying with us. Bye-bye.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
There are 2 types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called goro, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains 1 cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ojo kwani ihe gondo. Ndo ana toka. Onya ana nke nya no na agwo. Iba ya dino. Ogologo ndo. Aruike. No odumma ihe eji ene ndo anya. Na onye ngori ihe eji ene ndo anya. Na ilufuta nwuru ya. Imana na nsogbu ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị na-ekene gị maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ gị maka ebe echi anya ma mara na anyị adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
There are questions the world are yet to answer. Truths buried in time, echoed in tradition, and hidden in the stars. From the rituals of the ancients to the secrets of the atom, from the patterns in nature to the power of thought, Mysteries of Life takes you on a journey through the unknown, exploring the mystical, the philosophical, the traditional, and the scientific. What connects them all? What lies beneath the surface of what we know? Join us on Aneke TV as we uncover the secret layers and unlock the unseen. This is Mysteries of Life, where every truth begins with a question.
Good day, viewer. You're welcome to our Aneke TV program, Mysteries of Life. Today in our studio, we have two important persons to help us to look at a particular issue that is becoming a cause of concern among our people, called paganism. But they call it neo-paganism, according to the Bishop of Enugu Diocese, His Lordship CBC Onaga. Now, having said that, we have two eminent persons to discuss this matter. First, by my immediate left, we have our brother in his red cap, Mazi Nnemeka Anichukwu, a peace and conflict consultant. Anichukwu, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
And then next to him, by his own left, we have our brother who is the children's pastor of the Assemblies of God Church, Owani Enugu, Reverend Uche Kalu. Reverend, welcome to the program.
The pleasure is mine, sir.
You know, it's this issue of paganism, particularly neo-paganism. I want to start with you, the pastor. What is neo-paganism? So that, what is paganism first, before we go to the nuances, which we now call neo-paganism? Paganism, what is paganism?
Okay. Paganism, in my definition, is an act of worshipping the God that is not supreme, okay. The God that we attach to our tradition, okay. Which we now call traditional religion. Okay. So once one oblige himself not to worship the supreme God, you are practicing paganism.
Okay. Once you are not, Anichukwu, he says, once you are not obliging yourself to worshiping the one supreme God, that you are getting yourself involved in what is paganism.
Yeah.
What do you think about what he said?
Paganism, from his
free to air his own view based on his
perspective,
professional or religious point of view.
Okay.
Because he's a pastor.
Okay.
And once he says anything against Christianity, he's a heresy.
Okay.
Yes, heresy. So he needs to protect his own side.
Okay.
And he cannot be objective on such issues.
Wow.
Yeah, that's true. So, but in true view of what paganism is all about, paganism is just, first of all, it's all about a delegatory reference established by the main religions, the so-called main religions of the world. Christianity, Islam, Judaism, whereby they delegatorily label other religions as worshippers of evil God. That's why they are worshiping the righteous God.
Okay.
But in life there is either evil or good, heaven or hell. And in that balance, before the gospel was brought to Africa, even Igbo land, in Igbo cosmology, we have God, and there's only one spring God. They are not two. They are not two. So somebody saying that those who worship any other God, not under Christianity, even Africa, Igbo cosmology, we believe in is a monotheistic religion. Because only one spring God. Other ones are lesser deities. Ancestors, that's all intermediary. Lesser deities. Then, so what I'm establishing is that the delegatorily labeled Africans. Reverend Father Raymond Arazu, very Reverend Father Dr. Raymond Arazu, a scholar, a lecturer, is a great man in the Catholic papacy. He said that Africans, we are not worshipping, our ancestors never, there were no pagans. They are approaching God from African perspective. They are not pagans. So, on that premise, I say, I counter his analogy and conclusion, saying that those who don't worship only under Christianity are pagans. They are not pagans. In fact, let me tell you the truth. The truth is that our ancestors worshipped one and only true God more righteously than we do today under Christianity and Islam.
Why do you say so?
Why I say so is that they are always conscious of what that what is in the Torah is innate in our minds as Africans and Igbos. Or if you go to Nri, there are 10 sins that are Lord in Inri. You are a researcher, a professor, go to Inri. If any person who is able cleansing of evil is 10, then that 10 is in tandem with the 10 commandments as given by Moses. But I don't want to go so deep.
Okay.
Because all I say that our ancestors, the priests, not everybody that died is an ancestor. Our ancestors, they worship one and only true God, and there's no two true God, only one God.
Yeah, but let me get back to Reverend Uche, because this is your own premise.
Yes.
Which you have tried to establish. But Reverend Uche has already put forward one dimension to it, which is about that if you are following the African traditional religion, which is what we are saying, that you are a pagan, kind of. And I think there are other dimensions to paganism, as far as Uche is concerned.
Yeah, in discussant, I think we need to create a balance.
Okay.
We don't need to engage our viewers as if they have only one person they listen to.
Okay.
And there should be time balance in our approach.
Okay. Good remark.
And we shouldn't even not necessarily be attacking, but projective, bring out the point from your angle of view. To me, like I said, I didn't mention Christianity in my definition. I said once you don't worship the supreme God is attached, you are into traditional religion, which is purely paganism. Traditional religion is different from culture. Culture is a way of life. Traditional religion is a situation where you come to observe certain spirit and libations, and you do certain sacrifices which goes against the worship of the real righteous and holy God. And so when we talk about paganism, we are standing point clear that it is not the worship of a supreme God. Our ancestors may have worshipped in the ideation that they are worshipping a supreme God when Christianity has not come to play. And we will not take that to judge them. When Christianity came to play, the Word of God declared it openly that God is the creator of heaven and earth, in tandem to the opinion that God is the supreme God that our ancestors do worship. But when Jesus came into the scene, he became the way, the truth, and the life. And he taught us so many things about life itself, which goes different from that tradition that African people used to attach to pagan worship. So paganism entirely is not a worship of the supreme God. It's an idolatry.
Okay, paganism?
Yes.
It's idolatry?
It's idolatry. It's idolatry. Because when you now come up to sacrifice to a God and outside the worship of the true God, you are engaging yourself into idolatrous worship. Sure.
Yeah, this is because that's one dimension to it.
Yes.
When I checked my dictionary, not necessarily online, I saw that paganism, apart from what you have just defined, both of you, but you have just added another dimension.
Yes, sir.
Because idolatry is even if you begin to even idolize yourself,
Good. Yes.
you become an idol.
Exactly.
Yeah. So idolatry is not just about worshiping one god or deity or another small god or deity. Because I looked at it and I found out that what they said there is that a pagan, that's where he was coming from. That a pagan is someone, and he used the word correctly, derogatorily referred to by the Jews for Judaism, by the Christians and Muslims. If you are not among the three, then they will refer to you as a pagan. But then the dictionary went on, the Shepherd Dictionary went on to even define anybody that is involved in pleasure pursuit, which is hedonism. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm coming. Okay. As also
engaging in paganism.
A pagan, because the person is now godless. Like for you, because you are coming from the idea of Christianity.
Yes.
And in the Bible, the man that got so much harvest and said to himself, "My soul, now you have everything that you need."
Okay.
Or the man that forgot the divers that forgot about the poor man Lazarus, how he also ended. So, but there's a way you just said that paganism is idolatry. I don't know. I'm just putting it so that we get our premises clear.
I think before you engage him back,
yes,
etymologically, we had to just accept before we now diverse the context of the study.
Yes.
That once you are not worshipping the true supreme God, where there is no division of entity, you are a pagan. So you can now from there now start going into any area.
No, that's your view now. That is your own view.
That's the view.
No, that's your own view.
That's a view.
No, that's your view. That's not.
It may not be my own alone. It's a view.
No, that is okay. That is a view. You can call it. That is a view.
Good.
That is not his own view. Point.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
So and the viewer is expected to learn from us because we are going into what's happening now. What's happening now is that a lot of young men now come back, go to the community, and then put cloth around trees That's what we call new paganism. That's why I talked about the disturbance to our bishop, Bishop Kaliso Naga. That now we have this new paganism, and people are doing a lot of strange things. And that's why I brought up the other definition of the dictionary. You know, bringing in this pleasure principle, because if you ask those people the in-depth knowledge of what they are trying to institute or what they are trying to do, they may not be able to explain it. Apart from the fact that maybe they are beginning to get wealth, and so on and so on. So that's part of why I said let us bring it in, so that from there we will not enter into what now covers the ordinary persons. Because I'm so happy that you are involved in children's ministry. So,
but there is a crucial point he raised.
Yes.
That those who don't worship one true God are pagans.
Supreme God.
The supreme God are pagans. Even if you want to handle him from that, handle his submission from that point of view.
No, you're handling it for the viewer, not him.
Okay. Now, the African traditional religion.
Yes.
Worship only one true supreme God.
You know, we have a problem now. The problem we have is that he's looking at it from pantheism and monotheism. That's the angle he's coming from.
But
you know that
smaller
the Christian religion, Judaism, Mohammedan religion,
Islam,
you know, they're about monotheism.
Yeah.
The African traditional religion is more or less about pantheism. That's why the Igbo man, in the Igbo cosmology, an Igbo man creates his own God. I know that he believes in Chukwukabiama, but most of the time we create our God in Igbo land. We create our God, and if that God doesn't work, we use it and cook food and make a new God. So that's the angle it's coming from.
Okay. No, if I made it might sound so critical, but that is truth.
Okay.
If I say that if it comes to idolatry, which he raised,
that's what he said.
Idolatry. That even Christians, they're like Christian idolaters.
Yeah.
For instance, in the Holy Catholic Church, the Blessed Chapel, Sacrament, the crucifix, the scapula, the chaplet. Okay, for instance, the Blessed Sacrament, or the Madonna, call it Madonna Shrine. They call it Madonna Shrine. Madonna Shrine is where where gods or other divine beings inhabit.
The shrine, yes?
Yes, they have. And I told people that if you go to Madonna Shrine and place your petition, it works.
I'm listening.
It works. So, if true traditionalists, they don't bow down to any image. They never. A true traditionalist in Igbo, I know, will come out in the morning, they issue decrees with faith. They never bow down to any image. They sit down, bring cola, bring the sacramentals, and they issue decrees. And I know more than that. Igbo in a Chineke ozi. Neve achọrọ ya dị otu a. Let it be with faith, and it works for them. So I won't like, if you want to do it in idolatry, I will tell you that Christians even practice idolatry more than these people who are saying that they are practicing traditionalism. Religion. Yes, you are a prof. In research, you don't bend to your church or religion. You come with objectivity, the plain truth, the fact.
You are not being objective. Then. So because bowing down to an image or bowing down to a god does not necessarily when you come and kneel down. When you make your submission, when you have your opinion, the Bible says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks.
Yes.
So whatever you speak is a representative of what you have in mind. And you cannot talk to whom you do not respect. So when someone talks to and this and that, in the heart, he has already submitted to that God. And there is no other way than it is.
So all I'm concluding...
Then when you are now saying that Christians, I don't want to be emphatical about it. I'm not a Catholic, but to be honest with you, different churches have their doctrine and dogma, and the way they relate to their own God. Do you understand? And I cannot conclusively say that everybody is fooling around. Yes, because they still get their solutions and answers.
Good.
Then the question you ask, from which source is it operating from? Now, I am a Pentecostal, okay? Even at that, the cloth we put on, there is a level we reference it, it becomes an idol. So all we are trying to say, going back to our context discussion, paganism, in the ancient time, you cannot in any way rule out idolatry. And you see, they are not sanctity. They are not sanctity as an entity. What do I mean? They are not holy as an entity. Ancient time, remember, they killed twins. How can one claim to be sanctity? How can one claim to be best approach to a supreme God, and then you engage in murdering, killing souls? Today, we have what plate? We have people having 7 children and all this at once, and they emerge great people in life. Those that we have killed as a result of whatever you call it.
That's the belief system.
Yes, fetish. Those African traditional religion then was fetish. And for us to engage back to it, we are engaging into fetish and paganism, and it is still the same idolatry. Where has it taken us to? And where do you think it will take us to? Christianity still remains the light.
No.
I don't want to go into the point is making.
No.
The point is making. Wait. The point is making is about idolatry. But this work is not about idolatry.
Paganism.
I was not about idolatry. I was talking about paganism. Particularly because the young ones now are going back into what we now call neo-paganism. And want to address this issue because it's not like it's not a religion. It's a religion. It's not like that they are pagans. No. It's not about whether they are pagans or not. It's about what revolution has brought up now. What it has brought up is this. This practice that our people are now going back to. How far does it liberate people?
Humanity, yes.
Even though I may not go along the people who think that Africans were backward. Because if you go back to your New Testament, you will see that the Ethiopian eunuch came to Jerusalem as part of the worship of one God under Judaism before the time of the Pentecost and before he met Philip and so on and so on and so on. They were all in Africa. So Africans did not wait for this. Yeah, there were bad times, like you mentioned, when people took to killing twins, and all those.
Even Christians committed their own atrocities and evils. It's true.
We are not talking of the days of
We are not
talking of days of darkness. We are talking of how do we bring our people out of the wrong practice. I think we take our time, we come back and then find out what to do. What are we going to do? Because the public needs to know what to do so that the young ones do not get consumed in what they do not understand.
There are questions the world are yet to answer. Truths buried in time, echoed in tradition, and hidden in the stars. From the rituals of the ancients to the secrets of the atom. From the patterns in nature to the power of thought. Mysteries of Life takes you on a journey through the unknown, exploring the mystical, the philosophical, the traditional, and the scientific. What connects them all? What lies beneath the surface of what we know? Join us on Aneke TV as we uncover the secret layers and unlock the unseen. This is Mysteries of Life, where every truth begins with a question.
Yeah, welcome back, viewer. We thank our brothers, Reverend Uche and Maazị Anichukwu. We have been looking at this issue of paganism because we want to get to a current situation. A few weeks ago, the government of Anambra State, got into a big drama with the Ezedibias and the Ezemoke and the Ezemwai. And then even in Enugu State, the story, I wasn't there, but I heard about the story of how the governor, you know, our own barrister, Vida Ndubisimba, invited all these DBS and then asked them a question, whether they whether any of them could tell him why he invited them. And because nobody did that, then he asked them to pay for whatever I wasn't there, so, but I'm trying to say, you know, part of what we had, you know. And I want to use it to now come back to both of you. I want to start with you, because this issue of, you know, everybody's now coming up with this, you know, neo-paganism. Everybody's trying to now go back to, everybody's talking of, you know, is it what they call cultural nationalism, and so on and so on. You know, I don't know whether it's a spiritual thing, I don't know what is going on, but this issue of Dibia and wine, and wine, you know, because that's what is this. I don't know. Is it what we call paganism? Is that what you see as paganism? If that's anything like that, because you already defined that that adherents of African religion,
true worshippers of Almighty God, true worshippers.
So this young boy, what are you calling them?
The truth is that bad governance in Africa has truncated a lot of things. Okay. Frustrations everywhere. In Igbo cosmology, whatever you achieve does not give you, you cannot get it. And whenever you get it, through Ogo, you will pay dearly for it. Because Ogo, most of these are practicing dangerous ritualism, dangerous occultism, contrary to the wishes, the prayers or the wishes of the holy deities and ancestors of Africa. Now, there is economic quagmire everywhere. And once in it all, the Christian podium declare that once you accept Jesus Christ as personal Lord and Savior, everything becomes well for you. But that's lies, falsehood. It's when you accept Jesus Christ that persecution starts. Because Christ lives and teaches golden rule. Do unto others as which others do unto you. And once you accept Jesus Christ, you stand against falsehood, lies, cheating, profiteering, all these things that make people to become overnight billionaires. You go against it. In your community, you speak the truth. So then they portray the gospel in a way that once you accept Jesus Christ, things start moving well for you. As a graduate, you get job, you marry a billionaire, and so on. So when all these promises were not fulfilled, all the promises given to them on the pulpits of the Christianity were not fulfilled, they turned now to seek it from elsewhere that is not even from the pure African cultural perspective. That's why you see all this proliferation of shrines everywhere. They import foreign occultism. They say no true African deity or holy ancestor will ask you to bring in the head of your mother or breast or private parts.
I want to take it from there because I want to go back to the pastor, Reverend Uche. You see, you hear what he's saying. You know, what explains what is going on now, what the young ones are doing. How would you explain it? Because he has put his own that it's economic quagmire that is causing it, and then blaming also Christians.
Pulpits, promising them heaven.
I'm saying what you said, blaming Christians for what is going on.
You see, when one gives his life or her life to Jesus Christ, the message is not that everything will be all right. Whoever preaches that way probably seemingly is still growing in the Lord.
That's what they call prosperity Christianity.
And such person may not have attained a level of maturity in the Christian faith. And if somebody goes by that, the judgment will be that it is being preached. In Christian faith, you grow according to the experience as you walk with God. Do you understand? God does not promise us a risk-free life or risk-free journey. He promises us safe landing and his guide. His word is the guide. He says, forever, O Lord, your word is settled in heaven. He says, this word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path. Meaning, step by step, the word of God guides you. And in long range, the word of God grants you counsel. So when you don't have that word of God, you may deviate into believing everything will be all right as soon as you enter into the law. It's not an occultic society, right? Then when we come to why people engage into it, from beginning, sorcery, witches and wizard has already been there. The witch and the wizard are the Ezewoke and the Ezewine. The issue is that end time prophecy, iniquity will abound. The increasing evil in the land on earth multiplies every vices. And you cannot imagine there are unthinkable things that, will not be done, and it is being done. All in the quest of what? Getting wealth. Okay? And in accordance to the word of God, that the end, perilous time will come. When people will begin to sell their parents and all those, sell their children in the quest to make money. Okay? Now, we are just as a person. It may be subjective, it may be objective. If you are practicing African religion and the enclave of the supreme God, the fear of the Lord, that is the beginning of all wisdom. Wisdom is life, it's not in you. You will deviate into idolatry. That is why it is pure paganism to do all those libation, and there is no way you can modernize it. There is no way you can refurbish it and say, I also carry my Bible, I go to church and this and that. You must stand for God and be for God. You cannot just be doing all these things, carry cola and be doing and this, go to a place. There is a place I pastored.
So what is the problem with breaking cola?
No, I said these are normal. That one is Igbo culture.
Yes.
You use cola as a
fruit. You mentioned libation and you mentioned cola.
Yes.
So I got interested in that.
Don't be a kind of surprise that there are different colas that people use in African religion.
No, there's nothing you said. You mentioned sorcery.
That's what
I
I'm saying.
understand that. You mentioned occultism.
Yes.
I understand that.
Yes.
But now when you now went into this cola, because it's like
when you start a conversation in Igbo land, you use cola to open the discussion.
Yes.
Then when you enter into African religion, that libation of a thing, people go for cola that has 4 parts. You forget 5. Only for Nkwo Eke.
Yes.
People will look for a cola that have 7 parts. People look for cola that does not have part at all. They are sealed. So this is what we talk about traditional religion. They use it for different kinds of libation. And in that case, you are not ascribing whatever result you derive to the Almighty Supreme.
The problem I have with that, I understand the explanation.
Okay.
But I have a problem with it because if the viewer hears that, and I like the way you move. You moved into what you call sorcery. You talked about sorcery.
I do.
If people do sorcery, that is against a number of things because you are now throwing up energies that might end up creating confusion. In a town, there's a town.
That is there's a why and there's a working practices.
There's a town. Nature abhors vacuum.
Okay.
In a town very close to this place, a man lost his employee. He didn't get a job, so he got 3 stones, and said, "If you do things for me, I will always make sure that you are happy." And things are going well for him.
Okay.
Then one time, after some time, the oracle demanded, he was given ram and fowls and all those things. And it was working. Then from fowl to goat to
advancement.
Ram, then one day the oracle demanded human sacrifice. I'm coming. Because the man that told me that, may he rest in peace, VC Kechikwi, he told us that story. So, but the community had to come together because it was in his own town. I just mentioned, I don't want to call the town, but I've called the name of the man who told me this story, 1990. So, the whole town came together and destroyed the shrine.
Good.
We have a shrine, we have oracle. And these are energies. I understand some of those things. But the issue is this. Now that we are looking at this paganism, neo-paganism, and the young men are doing this. And because when you talk of, we know we have cola, we have good usage of cola, just like good use of palm wine. Well, the other side, the evil usage of all those things.
Yes.
Like this, our biro could be used to write and give life. You can also use it to kill somebody.
Exactly.
To stab somebody.
Exactly.
And kill a person.
Exactly.
Or to blind somebody.
Or to write the regulatory this.
Yes.
And so on and so on.
Yes.
So it depends on the usage. But we are now looking at Africa, and we are now looking at our own people. We are looking at what the young men are doing now.
Yes.
And we are trying to see why did they do this. He has tried to explain part of it. You have also tried to explain part of it by looking at the negative energies that people may throw up. But how do we save our people? Because the government of Anambra State, they have come with their own view. But then I started hearing a part, I don't know whether it is true, I don't know whether it's not true, that they said that they are not against all the DBS. I heard that kind of stuff. I don't know whether it is true. I don't know if it's not true. Let it follow those who said it. Then in Enugu State also, we also have our own, because I think the governor said, if it's business, come and join and pay for business premises. That's what I had. I don't know.
Registration, regulatory spiritual practices.
To regulate them. It's important. So, having said that, what do you do with our young ones who are not getting into this? How do we help them? But I'm happy that you're in the children's ministry. Good. But maybe we'll start with you first. What do we do? How do we get the young men to watch it? Because I got confused about. That's why I asked about the kola nut issue, because for the people, the kola nut is part of our own practice.
It's a very clean culture. Very clean culture. Very clean Holy Ghost.
Of course, you know, I wasn't condemning the use of kola nut, okay? But I am just trying to emphasize the negative attachment to it.
Usage
do you understand?
of kola nut.
Yes. So that is just my point.
Fine.
I'm not condemning the use of kola nut.
Libation is not an Igbo word. Libation is not an African word. Libation is an English word. And those who watched the burial of Queen Elizabeth II must have seen a lot of things.
Okay.
Those who watched the burial of Queen Elizabeth must have seen so many things. Because culture is culture. And the spiritual, you know, there's spirituality and spiritism.
Exactly.
I don't know what that one, how we are going to put it.
Spiritism is the negative side.
There's spirituality and spiritism. And I like what you use, sorcery and witchcraft. And all those energies that people cast around. But for the young ones, do you think that they know what they are trying to do?
Well, actually, that's why I said that the government should look around for people like you, based on your learning, who have established a board that will reorientation of values. We need to give them reorientation, the young ones. Rushing to the deities and ancestors to give you money or wealth. No clean deity or ancestor will give you quick wealth. Because you don't have what it means. The ancestors and deities bless you according to the time of your life. Even in the Bible, it said, I will answer Sarah. Abraham, I will answer you for childbirth. At the time, it will come at the time of your life. Whatever does not come at that time of your life as a sign divine ordained, will bring curse unto you. So these people, young ones who are drifting into this new paganism and this, they don't know what they're doing. Because go and learn work. Have sound education. Learn work. Diligence. Be dutiful. Pay attention to what you are doing. Have time. Patience. Perseverance. Then there is difference between charm and some clean or decent ritualism.
Practice.
Yes.
Practice.
Charm is commanding nature, going against the will of God. Because if you call Satan devil, he'll answer you.
That's what they call enchantment.
So now these young men are bringing foreign occultic powers. I call it evil occult collegiate. They are bringing it into this place to manipulate nature against the will of their chi. In the cosmology, that's what we call chi, or guardian angel in the Christian faith, Catholic Church. So whatever you get in life, the young ones, you are hearing me. Whatever you get in life that your chi does not give you will bring a curse on you. It doesn't work.
So are you hearing him? So what do you have to add to that?
I think the Bible made us to understand, if we train up a child in the way he should go, when that child grows up, he will not depart from it.
Yes.
We neglect the important the value of starting early.
Okay.
And we want to start when.
Yeah, but we go to nursery school, we go to pre-nursery school,
yeah,
we go to primary
that is what
school,
I'm emphasizing.
we go to secondary
that
school,
is what I'm saying.
we go to university.
Going to nursery is not what is more important. It is the value you attach in that nursery.
Okay.
When a child is left to grow the way he wants to grow, when a child is left to grow without monitoring, without checking, the parent give the child free hand to do everything, there's a time that child will grow to, it will be difficult, extremely difficult, to bring that child back to table.
So are you going back to what you said about the economy?
Well, economy...
Because now, you know, we were lucky. I don't know about you. You know, I was born in the 60s. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
I don't know about you. I don't want to go into that. But what I'm trying to say is that we had mothers who were housewives.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
Today we don't have housewives any longer.
Okay.
So how do you handle it?
Yes. The best is the fear of God. If we are able to inculcate the fear of God into a child...
How do you inculcate it in the child without having the mother on the ground?
Of course, the child also grows by what he sees. If he sees the life of the parent as sound, worthy to emulate, that child will learn to live on that morale. But if the parents the type that will say another thing and will do another thing, it's a different message altogether.
The child is finished.
Yes. It's true. So the economy also now, some parents are eager. Let my child succeed. Let my child make it. The parent is not interested in what the child does, whether the child is going to come back demanding his head or her head.
Exactly.
Let him be like your contemporary. And when once that competitiveness is there on the market, every child goes to the field.
You know, maybe I'll come back to you like this. You know, one man died in my community, and I was trying to find out why the man died. And they said that the son came and did one of those practices.
Okay.
And the man was there.
Okay.
And the man was supposed to allow it to happen.
Okay.
So when the child finished that, the man died.
Okay. Not knowing that the practice was in his advantage and
because he was happy. No, he was. You know, like I did my service in the West, 1985. So I used to hear, is it today? Yeah? It has come. He has arrived.
Okay.
When we say he has arrived, you know, immediately come back. But when we after the war, immediately after the war, people are not saying that he has arrived. If you come back with 10 kobo, your parents must ask you first.
Good.
Where do you get this from? Those questions. I don't know what happened. I know what happened to them as a pastor. What happened to those questions?
I really want to suggest that the government, though they will not do everything for the masses, it is important that the government do a leverage on the weight on parents.
Okay.
It is important that every good governance will look at health care, academics, education, road, water, electricity. These are not political issues.
Good.
They are social amenities. When you praise people that they did it, I try to laugh. What else would they have done if not that? So when it is placed on board, it will lessen the burden of parents. They will not push their children beyond limits, and their children will be able to discover their potential, their God-given calling into what they, and the society will be okay.
You know, there's something that you just said, you know, because this vulnerability is important. Vulnerability is crucial here.
Yes.
You made a point. You know, when we were growing, I went to St. Bridget here, Asata. You know that I started from my village after the war. I was born in the north. Then I came to my village at Mbo. Then I did my elementary 1 there. Then I did elementary 2 at Abwani, St. John Abwani. Then I did my elementary 3 and the rest at St. Bridget. And then went to CIC. Now, we were lucky because our parents followed us and tried to do some of those things that you just mentioned and tried to make sure that they impacted some of those values upon us. You know, we are lucky to have our mothers on the ground. You know, but now the mother is in the office and the child is left to who?
To the care of anyone.
Not to the care of anyone. And then you are bringing somebody that doesn't even understand. And then there's a point you made again about little children. You know, we were meant to be in debate society. We had the local governments organized inter-house, organized Intersports. We grew from this to greater tomorrow to this to that to that to that.
Inter-school
The children were
debate.
kept very,
Debates.
very busy.
Yes, sir.
Today, the private schools, do you have a private school, there's international school, without even a playing field? There is no field.
Well, you are right. That is a secondary matter.
No, it's part of it now. We
It's
are
a
trying to
secondary
break it
matter.
down.
The primary matter for me is the value.
No, I'm
The
talking
value.
of no.
Do you know, sir?
You create the conditions for the value.
Do you know, sir?
Yes.
People today only dwell on self-centeredness. Before, if you see somebody's child going astray, you will call that
No,
child back.
if you call the
But
child
today,
back now, if you call the child back now, the mother will ask you,
fight
have
you.
you finished training
She
your
will
own?
fight you. Today, everybody focuses on his own
Do you know that
child.
people, do you know that people call police for teachers?
Yeah, of course. What I'm trying to drive at is that people, parents, do not want the best to come out from their children. Rather, they want to buy the best for their children.
Okay, now because we are going to close with this comment. You know how people used to have Mwara as
Yes,
a name.
Before now.
Makanangwa bu Mwara.
Today is now Ikenna.
Thank you. That is the problem. Mwa bu Mwara. Eh?
Yeah.
Peter Mba. Or the community Mwa.
Yeah.
Eh? The community Mwa Peter.
Yes.
No, but he is now Ikenna. If he becomes Ikenna, it is just to the stomach, to the afon here. And that is what we want to look at. We want to look at everything holistically. We want to look at the structures of the community to get these children properly nurtured. Because now that Donald Trump called African leaders, and they were all standing up around him, and he was the only one sitting down, and it didn't look embarrassing to them. We were lucky that our president didn't equally go. So now, I mean, we have to be looking at all these things because, like he mentioned, have we looked at the material conditions? Like you mentioned, this health and all those things. Yes. These are hidden costs.
Yes.
The hidden cost of maintenance of a child.
Yes.
Nobody's taking care of them.
Nobody.
Do you know enough when a child goes through malaria, only malaria? Do you know how much money that the parents will get for only malaria? Do you know that the child is supposed to take egg every day? Every child is entitled to an egg every day. I mean, everybody, not just the children, but at least it's a must for a child to have an egg. Do you know the cost of...
Has he been guaranteed 2 square meal?
No, these are the issues which we are going to be looking at. So, viewer, even if we continue discussing this next time, it will still be there. We want to get our people to understand that neo-paganism may look interesting for those who are involved, but people are now bringing, what happened to Sodom and Gomorrah. What did they call it? He said that he sent sulfur and fire, brimstone upon them. We do not want that to happen to our people. We want our people to live good lives. We want to worship our God in whichever way we think best. But we are Christians. Everybody, I mean, both myself and my brother Uche, we are Christians.
Everybody will not be a Christian.
My brother
and Christianity is not the only way to go.
My brother Aneke is also a worshipper of the one true God.
Aneke is also a Christian.
I'm a practical Christian, not a theoretical Christian. Practical Christian.
So, well, thank God for you, brother Uche. Well, thank God for our brother Aneke. We hope that God will protect us. So by the next time we come, we pick up another topic that's going to help our people because we want our people to equally be part of the globalizing world, but not to be used as the periphery of that globalizing world. I think with that I can say thank you and hoping the best for until we meet next time.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient, and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights, and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis, Some of the factors contributing to the prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increase number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have cued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. You can
Good afternoon and welcome to News on the Hour on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakba. And now to the headlines. Pope visits Istanbul's historic Blue Mosque. Former President Jonathan urges immediate announcement of Guinea-Bissau election results. ECOWAS suspends Guinea-Bissau moves to engage coup leaders. Governor Oti seeks youth-tied pardons for inmates. First Lady renews advocacy for passage of Gender Parity Bill. President Tinubu inaugurates National Tax Policy Implementation Committee. Federal High Court orders release of 27 properties wrongly seized by EFCC. And on sports, Guardiola cautions Manchester City against complacency. And in entertainment, actor Taye Arimoro threatens legal action. And now the news in details. Pope Leo XIV has visited Istanbul's Blue Mosque, his first visit to a Muslim place of worship since becoming head of the Catholic Church. The tour lasted 15 minutes and was guided by Muslim dignitaries. The mosque, known for its 6 minarets and blue tie interiors, welcomed the Pope as he observed local customs, removing his shoes and walking in white socks. Tourists and locals gathered to witness the historic event. Observers said the visit symbolizes interfaith dialogue and peace following similar gestures by Popes Benedict XVI in 2006 and Francis in 2014. Locals and tourists welcomed the meeting of cultures. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has dismissed the recent event in Guinea-Bissau as a stage-managed attempt by President Umaru Embalo to undermine democratic governance. The former Nigerian leader said the country's electoral process has hijacked in a manner that threatens regional stability. He urged ECOWAS to take firm steps to ensure that the results of the presidential election are released. Jonathan insisted that the will of people must prevail despite the military's announcement that it has seized control of the state. Speaking at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja, he said the situation in Bissau demanded urgent international attention. Jonathan, who rarely grants spontaneous interviews, said he broke his silence to acknowledge the empathy shown by Nigerians during the tense hours of uncertainty. He warned that democracy in West Africa is facing renewed dangers and called for coordinated action to reverse the situation. Meanwhile, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has suspended Guinea-Bissau from all its activities following the breakdown of constitutional order in the country. The decision was contained in a communique issued after the emergency meeting of the ECOWAS Mediation and Security Council. Leaders of member states strongly condemned the military takeover and expressed deep concern over the worsening political situation. The bloc said democratic governance must be restored without delay. To drive the process, ECOWAS set up a high-level mediation mission led by its current chairman, President Julius Maada Bio of Sierra Leone. The team is mandated to engage directly with the coup leaders and other stakeholders. The regional organization reaffirmed its zero-tolerance stance on unconstitutional changes of government and warned that further sanctions may follow. Abia State Governor Alex Otis says his administration is reviewing minor offenders in correctional centers for possible pardon as part of youth-tied interventions. The governor made this disclosure during a media briefing in Umuahia. Oti outlined security and welfare initiatives in the state, including perimeter fences and one-story holding facilities to decongest cells. He emphasized that the goal is to prevent inmates from becoming hardened criminals. The governor directed a fresh review of eligible inmates for pardon after previous attempts yielded no candidates. He said the initiative aims to support both the state's creation of facilities and affected families. First Lady Senator Luremi Tinubu has renewed her appeal for the passage of the Gender Parity of Reserved Seats for Women bill currently before the National Assembly. She made a call at a special dinner for lawmakers and at the State House in Abuja. She said the proposed legislation offers Nigeria a historic opportunity to strengthen democratic representation and improve development outcomes. The First Lady noted that countries with affirmative measures record better governance results. Ms. Tinubu urged lawmakers to use the opportunity to advance the welfare of girls and vulnerable boys in the Almajiri system, stressing that inclusive reforms have become urgent. She said greater women's participation would help the nation address many of its current challenges. The dinner was attended by the Senate President, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Vice President Kashim Shettima, and other senior government officials. The leadership crisis in the Enugu State chapter of the PDP has ended with Barrister Steve Ororo reaffirmed as state chairman by the courts. The ruling nullifies a motion passed at the recent Ibadan PDP National Convention attempting to dissolve the state executive. Ororo cited a subsiding High Court judgment recognizing him and Secretary Honorable Martins Onyanwa Ugwamadu Eze as the legitimate office holders. The court also directed the PDP National Executive Committee to recognize his leadership. The chairman warned against attempts to subvert the constitutionally recognized leadership, describing claims by a self-appointed committee as illegal and void. The Army Council has approved the promotion of 105 senior officers to the ranks of Major General and Brigadier General. The move is aimed at strengthening leadership capacity and enhancing ongoing military operations nationwide. According to Acting Director of Army Public Relations, Lieutenant Colonel Apollonia Anele, 28 Brigadier General, were elevated to Major General. She added that 77 colonels have been promoted to Brigadier General. The promotions follow rigorous assessment reflecting professional competence and strategic requirements of the Nigerian Army. The Council said the elevation is part of broader reforms to support operational efficiency. The Army leadership congratulated the newly promoted officers and urged them to justify the confidence reposed in them. President Bola Tinubu has congratulated Chief Olisa Metu on his 60th birthday. In a statement from the presidency, the president described the former PDP spokesman as a patriotic voice committed to national unity. He commended Chief Metu for his peace-building efforts and his role in promoting dialogue across political and ethnic divides. The president said such contributions are vital to strengthening democracy. President Tinubu urged him to continue offering constructive counsel to the nation. He also acknowledged Nueto's humanitarian work and contributions to community development. The president prayed for his continued health and many more years of service to the nation. You're watching Aneke TV News on the hour. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Pope visits Istanbul's historic Blue Mosque. Former President Jonathan urges immediate announcement of Guinea-Bissau election results. ECOWAS suspends Guinea-Bissau. Moves to engage coup leaders. And coming up shortly, President Tinubu inaugurates National Tax Policy Implementation Committee. Guardiola cautions Manchester City against complacency. Actor Tayo Moro threatens legal action. We'll be right back.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Still on the news, A federal high court in Abuja has ordered the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to immediately release 27 houses earlier seized by the commission. Justice Joyce Abdul Malik gave the directive after dismissing the EFCC's application for final forfeiture. The EFCC had secured an interim forfeiture order on March 13th, claiming the properties were linked to proceeds of unlawful activities and later published the order as directed. However, James Ikechukwu Jamek West African Limited and Abde Book No La Yabode Alodape contested the forfeiture as certain ownership. The court upheld the objection and vacated the interim order. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has struck out the appeal filed by IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu, ruling that it lacked merit and had become academic following his conviction for terrorism offences. The panel held that Kanu's complaints on rights violations during DS's custody were overtaken by events since he is now serving a life sentence at the Sokoto Correctional Center. Justice Boloro Koromo Ugo said the courts could no longer grant his request for relocation to Kuje Correctional Center and affirmed that his conviction rendered the appeal ineffective. Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has condemned the attack on the convoy of former Labour Minister Senator Chris Ngige, describing it as unacceptable. He made the remark during a visit to Ngige's residence in Alo, Anambra State. Ngige narrated how armed men in police and military uniforms ambushed his aides in Umoji, killing a woman and injuring his police orderly before cutting away his rifle and uniforms. He dismissed rumors of his death, saying he has briefed Governor Chukwumasuludo of the matter. He said it remained unclear whether he was the target and called for stronger security coordination. Obi expressed gratitude for Ngige's safety and urged justice for the slain woman. A Rivers State High Court has sentenced a 400-level Uniport student, Damian Okoligwe, to death by hanging for murdering and dismembering his girlfriend, Justina Otwene, in October 2023. The court found that Okoligwe killed the 300-level biochemistry student in his Mboba apartment and attempted to dispose of the remains placed in a wheelbarrow before he was arrested. Justice Chinwe Nsirim also held that the prosecution proved all elements of the offense beyond reasonable doubt and convicted the petrochemical engineering student accordingly. And now to business news. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the establishment of a national tax policy implementation committee to drive nationwide enforcement of the administration tax reforms. The committee, chaired by financial expert Joseph Tebe, will harmonize implementation across federal, state, and private sectors. Finance Minister Wale Dun will provide oversight. The presidency said the committee will consult widely to ensure the reforms align with economic growth targets and gain broad stakeholder support. The Naira continued its decline against the US dollar on Friday at the official foreign exchange markets, closing at 1,446.74 Naira, down from 1,443.90 Naira on Thursday. This marks a daily loss of 2.8 Naira. At the foreign market, the Naira remained flat at 1,470 Naira per dollar, unchanged from previous day. Analysts say the persistent pressure on the local currency reflects ongoing foreign exchange challenges in the economy. Over the week, the official market recorded 3 gains and 2 losses on a week-on-week basis. The Naira gained 9.99 Naira at the official market but lost 5 Naira at the black market. Electricity distribution companies nationwide generated 196.86 billion Naira revenue for September 2025, according to the latest next sector performance fact sheet. Out of 241.54 billion Naira billed, the discos achieved a collection efficiency of 81.25%, with Echo, Abuja, and Ikeja discos topping performance charts. The report also shows billing efficiency rose to 86.43% as total energy received stood at 279.45 billion Naira for the period under review. Petrol pump prices declined across several filling stations in Abuja following adjustments by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. Stations visited showed prices reduced from between 940 naira and 945 naira to between 930 naira and 935 naira per litre, reflecting increased market competition. The Ipman spokesperson Chinedu Kadike attributed the drop to supply dynamics after Dangote refinery and depot owners reviewed their ex-depot prices downward. And now moving over to sports. Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola says his team cannot afford further mistakes in the Premier League title race. The defending champions suffered their fourth loss of the season last weekend, going down 3-1 to Newcastle United. The defeat leaves City 7 points behind leaders Arsenal, who have only lost once in 12 games this season. Guardiola stressed the importance of consistency in the remaining fixtures to keep their title hopes alive. City now face a critical period with every game likely to define the chances of reclaiming the league crown. Guardiola has urged his players to remain focused and recover quickly. Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has returned to full training with Galatasaray ahead of Monday's Istanbul derby against Fenerbahce. Osimhen had missed recent matches after sustaining a hamstring injury during national duty, but was in training with the squad on Friday. Galatasaray, leading the table with 32 points, will intensify preparations on Saturday as they face second-place Fenerbahce. Rivers United suffered a 2-1 defeat to RS Berkane of Morocco in their CAF Champions League Group A match in New York. The hosts led in the 37th minute after Mamadou Kamara scored an own goal but lost concentration in stoppage time. Younes El Kabi struck a late equalizer before the visitors sealed victory, leaving Rivers United without a point after 2 matches. And now to entertainment. The Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism and Creative Economy, Barrister Hannah Musa Musawa, has renewed the call for strong private sector collaboration to position Nigeria as a leading global destination for tourism and business. She urged investors to take advantage of the country's rich cultural heritage, diverse tourist assets, and growing creative economy. Speaking at the 8th Nigerian Tourism Investors Forum and exhibition in Abuja, Musawa said the administration is committed to driving sustainability and unlocking the economic potential of the sector. She emphasized that the creation of the ministry reflects government's renewed vision to make culture, tourism, and the creative industries major pillars of national development. The minister projected that the sector is expected to contribute $100 billion to the economy by 2030 and create over 2 million jobs for young Nigerians. She noted that the ministry is already addressing infrastructure gaps and policy challenges that have slowed growth in the past. Musawa highlighted new frameworks and materials being rolled out to support investors and improve the business environment. She called for deeper strategic partnership to fully harness Nigeria's cultural tourism and creative assets and accelerate long-term economic impact. Reality TV star Mercy Aneke says she remains single because she has not found the right partner. Speaking on the podcast, she added that there are plenty of suitors and she could marry if she chose. Aneke stated she does not mind having children out of wedlock and would keep a baby even if it happens before marriage. She emphasized that stigma only affects women who are financially insecure. The BB Niger Season 4 winner said she would not deliberately try to conceive outside marriage but is confident she can handle the situation if it occurs naturally. Actor Taye Arimoro has vowed to challenge his indefinite suspension by top industry guards, calling the ruling inaccurate. The suspension followed allegations of physical assault on the set of Piece of Love. Arimoro claims he was blocked from leaving the set by producer Peggy Ovire, who he says orchestrated the detention and assault by her team. He insists the producer's account is misleading. The actor is seeking 100 million naira in compensation and has promised to pursue legal action to clear his name, highlighting ongoing tension in the film industry. The Association of Nigeria Theatre Arts Practitioners and TIP has dismissed rumors that veteran Yoruba actor Olare Osunbaimo, also known as Larry Baimo, has died. The actor's wife confirmed he is alive and in good health. ANTP expressed concern over false information circulating on social media and urged the public to verify news before sharing. The association praised fans for their concern. Lare Piamo, affectionately called Baba Eda Onile Ola, remains a respected figure in Nigerian theatre and film with decades of contribution to the arts. And now to end news on the hour, here are the main points. Pope Leo XIV has visited Istanbul's Blue Mosque, his first visit to a Muslim place of worship since assuming leadership of the Catholic Church. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has called for the immediate announcement of election results in Guinea-Bissau. The Economic Community of West Africa States, ECOWAS, has suspended Guinea-Bissau and begun engagements with the country's group leaders over the political situation. Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti says his administration is reviewing cases of minor offenders in correctional centers for possible yuletide pardon. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has inaugurated the National Tax Policy Implementation Committee to drive the implementation of the new tax law. A federal high court has ordered the release of 27 properties elicited by AFCC. And that's news on the hour. For breaking news and eyewitness report, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
Hello everyone, welcome to another edition of Teens Fun Hub, coming your way on Aneke TV. At Teens Fun Hub, we discuss and dissect matters concerning teenagers, their lifestyle, their education, relationship, fears and challenges, name it all. We talk about all of them here at Teens Fun Hub. You're welcome once again to another edition this week. I hope you enjoyed the edition we brought to you last week. It was fully loaded, and this time around, we are coming in with another load of exciting entertainment. I need you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. I remain your host, your guide, your favorite auntie, Auntie Oni. We'll be going over for a short break, and after that, we'll start in the engine. Sit back and enjoy. Welcome back. If you are just joining us, this is Teens Fun Hub on Aneke TV. Now we are on to the past heroes segments. Do you know your past heroes? Do you know their achievements? Do you know their contributions to the society? I want you to sit back and listen to Ifoma as she educates you about our past heroes. Welcome once again.
Thank you, Auntie Oyi. I'm very, very excited to be here. Hello, viewer. My name is Ubi Foma, and I'm going to take you on the segment Past Heroes and Their History. On today's segment, I'm going to talk about Onyeka Onwenu. Onyeka Onwenu was born on 31st January 1952 in Anambra State. Her family roots hails from Aro in the Izogu in Idato North, Imo State. Her father, an educator and a politician, died in a car accident when she was about 4 years. She was raised in Port Harcourt in Rivers State. Education. Onyeka Onwenu obtained a bachelor's degree in International Relations and Communication from Wellesley College, Massachusetts, and a Master for Arts in Media Study from New School for Social Research in New York. Careers and achievements. Onyeka Onwenu has a multifaceted careers like acting, activism, music, public service, and broadcasting. These are her key accomplishments and her contribution. Music. Onyeka Onwenu emerged as a significant figure in Nigeria in 1980s. These are some of her music that made her famous. One Love, You and I, Dancing in the Sun, For the Love of You, etc. She collaborated with King Sunny Ade, a major musician, on songs like Wait For Me and Choices, contributing to public health and social message. Her music often deals with social issues, human rights, children's welfare, HIV and AIDS awareness, peace and mutual coexistence, broadcasting and journalism. Onyeka Onwenu worked for NTA, Nigerian Television Authority, as a reporter, newsreader, and a broadcaster. She wrote and presented the Nigerian document, A Squandering of Riches, in 1982. This documentary criticized corruption and governance issues in Nigeria. Acting and film. Onyeka Onwenu acted in many Nollywood movies. These are some of her notable titles: Widow's Court, Half of a Yellow Moon, Rising Moon, Foreigner's God, Ijawele, and Lionheart. In 2016, Onyeka Onwenu won an African Movie Academy Award for the Best Actress in a Supporting Role for Widow's Court, and she was nominated as the Best Actress in a leading role for Rising Moon. Public service and activism. Onyeka Onwenu served as a chairperson for the Imo State Council for Arts and Culture. In 2013, she was appointed Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the National Center for Women Development in Abuja. Legacies and honor. Onyeka Onwenu had a honorific MFR, Member of Order of Federal Republic of Nigeria. She is known for standing up for artists, and she earned a nickname, Elegant Stallion, because of her grace, her powers in many fields, and her great personality. Her songs are well loved, spanning generation, and she's considered a cultural icon in Nigeria and beyond. And death. Onyeka Onwenu died on 30th July in 2024. She collapsed after performing at a birthday party in Lagos, and she was taken to Reddington Hospital, where she later died. On 30th of August 2024, she was buried privately as requested. And this is the end of my segment today. I hope you are thrilled by the information I gave you about Mrs. Onyeka Onwenu. And now I'm going to hand over to the next segment, Entertainment G's. Over to you, Miss Princess.
Thank you, Ife. I hope you enjoyed the segment. Welcome. Hi viewer, my name is Annie Princess, and today I'll be taking you on Entertainment Gist. I will be telling you about Aneke, because I guess you don't know much about her. Aneke, whose real name is Uchechi Okonkwo Treasure, is a very talented Nigerian child actress, teen model, brand influencer, entertainer, and I guess you don't also know that she's a gospel artist. Aneke started her acting career at a very young age and had featured in over 100 Nollywood movies. In 2024, Aneke won the Best Teen Actress Award at both the Nollywood Travel Film Festival and the Nollywood Film Investment Summit and Award. Aneke's rise to fame can be attributed to a couple of notable films like The Saving Doctor, The Saving Rose, Good Doctor, Chifimo and Aneke, and This Very Christmas, and most importantly, her early online presence. Before her acting breakthrough, she was already creating waves online by being a comedian in YouTube and also gaining popularity by creating covers of songs by artists like Mercy Chinwo and Chioma Jesus. Aneke's net worth is said to be around $50,000 to $70,000. Aneke's charming personality and dedication made her a beloved figure in Nigerian entertainment. I hope you enjoyed my gist for today. Be ready for another gist, same time next week, for another Berekete gist of another teen celebrity. I'll be handing over to Antioyi.
Thank you so much, Princess, for that wonderful rendition. I actually learned so much from you today. I mean, I never really knew who Aneke was until today. Like, I never took my phone to browse who she is. But today, I can actually assure you that I've learned, at least if you ask me, who is this lady, I can tell you who she is. Well, thank you so much for that. We really appreciate you. Now we are moving on to the next segment, which is the discussion segment. And today, we'll be dissecting something. We'll be discussing about something, a very important topic, a very crucial topic. I mean, today in Nigeria, we have a lot of complaining adults who complain bitterly. They complain bitterly about their past. I mean, any adult, some adults in their 50s and 60s today, when you ask them, what is your biggest regrets? What is your mistakes? If we rewind time now, what will you do? They will tell you, when I was so and so age, if I did this, I would have been happier. If I did this, I would have been happier. But come on, we can actually stop that at a very tender age. So today, we are talking about something that is going to help you not to make the same mistakes the adults are making. Today, we are talking about time management. And I hope you are ready to learn about time management. Joining me in the studio today are some vibrant and intelligent teenagers who will be teaching us by their experience what they know about time management. From my left, I have
Ofia Kalista.
You're welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
And next is
Ede Collins.
You're welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
And finally, we have You are welcome to the show. You are looking so bright and beautiful. I must commend.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Wow. Okay. So, you've heard what the topic is. It is a very important topic. I believe you confirm that too, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, teenagers generally, they think they have not started life. But in this program, we want to tell them that once you are out of your mommy's belly, life has started for you. But the thing is, it's stage by stage. So, in the teenage stage, what we are looking out for is learning. I mean, there's a time you will get in life and the society will now be demanding from you. But if you're not fully prepared about this time or that season in your life, you will not really have anything much to give out to the society. So, I believe we understand that teenagers are supposed to be like, you're supposed to be getting in, you're supposed to be garbaging in at this stage. So, I want to ask the first question. I'll start with you. Okay, I'll start with you because you're very close to me. So, when did you realize that you need to start managing your time? When did it occur to you that you have to start managing your time?
Okay, I realized that I should manage my time properly during my last birthday. So on my birthday, I decided to have a rethink of how I've spent the past years of my life. And it occurred to me that I've wasted a whole lot of times doing irrelevant things, scrolling on the internet, having discussions that won't add any value to my life. And at that point, I just say to myself, girl, if you don't stop this, you're going to be useless. I just had to tell myself the truth. And on that day also, a memory flashed back to my mind. I remember something that happened in 2023. So 2023, my spiritual director took me to a graveyard, and we went around, we had a little tour there, and he said, Calista, here lies thousands of unused talents. And that really hits me. And I thought of how it would look if I go back to my creator without achieving the purpose which he created me for. And I knew that I can't achieve anything wasting time. I have to make proper use of my time if I want to be relevant to the society. So that was the point, my last birthday.
Wow.
Yeah.
My God. She said something that struck me. She said they went to the graveyard and he told you that a lot of talents are lying down here.
Unused.
Unused talents. So how do we now use talents? Like, that means if you don't start doing anything with your time, you will end up like them.
Yes.
I mean, that's a serious thing, though, but it's actually so heartbreaking that it's not all teenagers that see this from your own light. Because I know of people that don't even think in this light at all. They don't even imagine it. Ah, my God. All right, thank you so much, Calista.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So, I think I'll still direct this question to you. Since you have realized that time management is essential, what have you started doing? What are the things, what are your strategies to, start managing your time? How are you going on with it?
Okay. When I realized that if I don't take proper use of my time, I would end up being useless, I started being intentional on how I spend my time. Every day I have a to-do list. Although when I started newly, I was not consistent. And another thing, I made the to-do list so complicated. I didn't make it realistic. So it was really tough for me. But when I realized that if I make this to-do list, if I reduce the tasks I add there, I would achieve it. I would achieve everything that I wanted to do on that day. I started doing it, and there has been a whole lot of changes in my life.
Because I'm tempted to ask you, do you even have a to-do list?
Well,
do you have a
I'm
to-do
a guy.
list? You're a guy.
So, it's normal for us.
Not to have a to-do list.
The to-do list.
It's not for you.
My dear, if I get I know if you do.
It's not
yeah,
for you.
Understand.
Okay, so she said something like, having a list of things, unrealistic lists that she might never come to. Yeah. Maybe she'll write something like, read for 8 hours.
Yeah, she's actually sincere. She's actually sincere by saying
read for 8 hours. But actually, in real life, she's only studying for 2 hours.
1 hour. 1 hour.
So she might actually be studying for just 2 hours, and she'll write there because that is what she wants.
Yes.
That's the picture she wants. I mean, she's going somewhere, and she has seen that if I want to get to where I'm going to, it's 8 hours that will help me. But personally, I realized something. You don't start from the roof to build a house. Yes. You actually start from the ground level. Yes. You might start with that 1 hour. Before you know it, you're engrossed. 2 hours has passed. 3 hours has passed.
Yes.
And then that's how time goes. All right. We'll be taking the next question. And that is you, Sir Collins. The way I'm looking at you, I don't know what to say, but I will reserve my comments. So, okay, before I ask this question, do you have a time thief in your life? Is there something you are doing, something you do, a person you used to talk to? Is there something that always takes your time away? And you will not even realize that time is passing, but you are busy doing that thing. Just, do you have?
Well, I won't say I have.
Oh, you don't have?
You get, because I once had,
Okay.
When all I had to do was go to Facebook, go to YouTube, go to X,
social media.
the social
That's
media.
the
You
main
understand?
time tip.
So, but at a point, man, if you find money for important something, you know, see, my dear, every person will tell you, you have to work hard for something like this.
So
actually,
let me say this thing. This guy
you
is not
understand?
talking like a teenager.
So, you know, you have to see some certain things and, you know, put more interest on them than, you know, all this. You just go to social media and look at people that has already made their own life. You understand? So you now have to talk to yourself. You really have to talk to yourself, and then you see there are some irrelevant things you have to drop so as to be able to move forward in life. And that was what I did. So that's why I said I am not sure I really have such. You understand? So that's it.
So you said social media
Yes.
was
Yes,
your time
was.
tip.
It's not that I don't go there now, but
Yeah, I
the
get.
duration
I
of
get.
yes.
So currently, you have overcome.
Yes.
So how did you overcome it? Because I know some teenagers out there will be like, "Mommy too." Sometimes I'll just sit down, lie down. What am I doing? I'm just pressing my phone. I'm just pressing my phone. So how did you go on with it? Like, how did you escape from this distraction?
Okay. Maybe I should say it wasn't actually my fault. I didn't actually do it intentional. It just seemed like maybe it was something they thought it would be good for me. You understand? So those criminals, they actually dealt with me, but I am enjoying it now because I went somewhere and on coming back, my phone got stolen. You understand? And I was without the phone for like 2 years. You understand? So I had to forget anything about
Android.
Yes. And there was not even like the button phone. There was none for me. You understand? So I went into learning a skill. I'm actually a graphic designer. I entered the media field. So you see that there, like, it's that place isn't necessary. You understand? Because if you go there, I think it should be better to go there to find people you want to emulate, not just to go there and wallow away your time. You understand? So that was how it happened.
Okay, what about you, Blessing? How did you unwrap this distraction in your life? Because I know you have one. It could be that same social media, but don't tell me. I don't want to know your secrets. Tell me how you overcame the distraction.
Firstly, I said to myself, how did these people in social media, like, how did they just sit and just make a video and I'll sit down whole day and just while away my time and watch them? It's just like wasting my own time and listening to them making their own money out there. So it was like a day, I just said to myself, it's better I just wake up and try doing things on my own, like try and make things that I can do. Like I started following my mom to work because staying at home it's just like wasting your time because you won't do anything at home. So I had to follow my mom to work. Going to work doesn't mean that I cannot press my phone there, but you know there is time for everything. You can't be working and be pressing your phone. It doesn't make sense. So I had to just focus my mind on one thing, that is to work. So at the end of the day, you realize that I didn't press a phone for like 2 hours, but I worked like 12 hours. Things like that. You know that it's overcoming it a little. So that is how I just realized that keeping all these social medias, because it's actually a burden, and oh god, it's actually something that really wasted my time a lot. So I feel like working and not being on my phone always, it's actually helped me a lot.
I must commend you. You said something that ministered to my spirit. She said, and I said to myself, just like the prodigal son, you came back to your senses. And you said that word kept coming to me. Immediately you released it. It was as if it was coming directly to me. And I believe we are now trying to say to ourselves, we're now trying to pick out those things, those time thieves that taking away our time, our value, our resource. I know you are adjusting your life as you hear us say these things. All right, we'll move over to the next question. So, okay, this is something I used to do a lot of times, and I used to wonder. In fact, I'm not wondering. I know you people used to do it. You set alarm. You will set alarm because I believe sometimes we don't really. It's as if it's not when we are sleeping. We don't even remember that time is actually ticking.
Yes.
So you don't even want any distraction because anything at that moment is distracting your sleep. You will set alarm. One name, Tetenora. You will wake up and you will snooze it and go back to sleep.
My alarm says wake up. You understand? But you know that's feeling when like maybe you are having a dream, maybe when you are building a mansion, you know, something like that. And then the alarm is there, and I'll be like, hi, what the where is this coming? I'll just stand. I keep sleeping. You understand? So like the alarm, I don't even snooze. I tend to turn off my phone.
You will turn it
yeah.
I knew it. I knew there was something with you the moment I saw you. And there was something odd with you. So okay, whenever you now snooze your alarm, let's say you just you say you off your own. You don't. I used to snooze my own. I used to snooze my own. So anytime you off your alarm, how does the day now turn out? Because
to be honest, the day it just feels like you wake up from the wrong side of the bed. You know, everything just
upside down.
There is nothing going the way it's meant to go. Like
because the alarm was meant to start.
Yes, but once I turned it off, I disorganized my day.
It's like saying after A we have B then C. But when you now turn off the alarm, you have removed A.
Yes,
and then you're starting with B.
Yes, and then shifting the C to E. You understand?
Okay, so how do you feel? I'll ask you this question. How do you feel? Because time is money. I believe that whoever said that thing had something else in mind. Yes. Maybe that person was trying to say something, but the closest thing he could relate time with was money. And I found out that it is true. Maybe time is not exactly money, but time is a currency. So, let's say you snoozed at your alarm and you were supposed to go for an event. You're supposed to go for an event. So, after, I'm actually guilty of this. So, as I'm talking to you, it's as if it's bouncing back at me. So, after you have snoozed your alarm and you get to that event. So, now we're not talking about how scattered your day has been because you turned off the alarm. You got there, let's say, late. You got to the event you were planning to go for, late. How does it feel? Now, hold on. You're going to tell me the different feelings you have when you come for an event. Like, let's say 5 minutes. Tell me about the fresh air, the ventilation you feel, and when you just rush in. Say, I'm here for this program. Like, tell me the difference. I want to know.
Okay, I think I'll tell you a story. I have had that particular, how will I say it, like that feeling both when I was going to school and to a special event. That was meant to be my first time being someone's, you know, at a wedding, the men on suits. You understand? So, but actually it didn't work out because I was really late. You understand? So the guy was now like, Collins, have fun. You don't want me to that. And I was like, I came early now, and he said, take your time. Then, like, they were done with the mass, going for the reception when I came. You understand? So he was actually disappointed, and at the same time, I wasn't happy because it would have been a pleasure, you understand, to be a man on suits for the guy. Then, on the other hand, the day I went to school late, because I actually slept early at night, though. That's the funny part. And there's this dream. you know, there are some dreams you have like this.
This one you're always
like,
talking about dream. I feel it. You like sleep.
sometimes my
sleeping.
I enjoy it.
Try this. I think you said social media. I'm not sure it's social media that is your time.
No, wait.
Sleep.
You know, sleep is really it has really dealt with me, honestly. So, but when I got to school, after I was rushing actually, because when I woke up I realized that, man, so I tried to buckle up and then get to school. On getting to school, my first class has ended. And joining the second one, they were now like asking a question from the past one. And to be honest, sleep came again in the class.
Ha! I said it. I was right.
You understand? So trying to sleep again in the class and then asking the question, thinking I was there in the first class. Man, I disgraced my damn self inside the class, you understand? So, and you know that feeling when, like, you say something and everybody in the class laughs at you, you know that?
Yes,
you understand?
I do.
So, I think, well, let's stop here for now. Yeah.
All right, Kalista, what about you? You have any experience to share with us when you came late and, versus when you came early, maybe 5 minutes?
Okay, when I was in school, I was a well-known latecomer. I was known for that, actually. And it wasn't good at all. It got so bad that I couldn't go to school early, no matter the time I woke up, because it was already a part of me, and it was really bad. At a point, I was even praying about that. I said, no, what is this? So it doesn't give a good feeling at all. It doesn't give it. And at the point when they selected prefect during my set, I was given the post of a labor prefect. And you know what that means? I need to be coming on time. I'm the one that gives.
That was good.
Punishment.
That was good, trying to help your life.
To latecomers. At first, I couldn't still do it. Whenever I come to school, they're already catching latecomers. And as a prefect, I just walk past. Go into my class. But at a point, I decided to make a change. I said, no. I'm not giving a good example to my junior students. I have to change this. And I started waking up on time. I started, being fast during my church time. And that was how I overcame that. And I'm really excited about that. And the day I felt so good about that was when our English teacher, one day she came into the class and she was talking to the latecomers on that day, and she was not like, look at Ophia, she comes to school on time.
What a testimony.
So I was like, oh my God, is this possible? So yeah, that was it.
Wow. I was touched. I mean, I think it was God trying to bring you out of this dungeon of always coming to school late. And it actually worked. Anyway, we are gradually coming to an end of this segment. I believe you learned a lot from the experiences. But finally, we'll be asking this last question. The question is, from your experience, what is your advice to your fellow teenagers when it comes to the skill of time management, when it comes to time management? Blessing.
Okay, I would say that we should learn how to say no to some things, yes, because you will schedule things that you will do a day, and one of your friends will be like, hey man, let's just go out, it will not take long, let's just, go around and come back. You already know you have this time is for this and this time is for this. You just be like, okay, let me just give you 2 minutes. My dear, that 2 minutes, you spend more than an hour, and just to stroll along, not like you just go out and go and come back. You have to be talking now, gist, and you see, after doing those things, you realize that it's an hour, and for you to go back to that place, you see that you have things that you will not do very well. Then you just learn how to say no to some things. Yeah, I think that's well.
Learning how to say no. Thank you so much for that one, Blessing. All right, Collins.
Okay. For instance, if you were to be given 24 sweets to use for a whole day, you know, you have to share it. Some for your homework, some for your games, and maybe some for your friends when they come around to play with you. That should also be the same thing when you are given 24 hours. You have to manage it accordingly. The bad news is time waits for no one, and the good thing is you are the pilot of that time. It's you to handle the 24 hours, not the other way around. So if you reach your turn, my dear teenager out there, waste your time, you understand? But as for me, I'm trying as much as possible not to waste my time. You know, from the words of Gege, he always says, had I known would be the last statement of a fool. So I wish that you teenagers out there, my fellow teenagers, you learn how to manage your time, because it would benefit you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Collins. Thank you so much. I love your this piece of advice. With a touch of sarcasm there.
Thank you.
Alright, Kalista.
Okay, one of the ways to, my advice to teenagers is to have self-control and also be disciplined. One of my major time thief, as you called it, wasn't social media. It was discussion, irrelevant discussion. I like talking. I just like discussing. I like talking, gossiping. It took most of my time. And sometimes I find myself discussing with people that I shouldn't discuss with, having conversations that I shouldn't have. And you know what the scripture says? The scripture says that when you discuss with fools, you become a fool too. So I wasn't just wasting my time, I was gradually becoming a fool. So when you waste your time, you are not just wasting the time, you are losing your values. Do you understand?
Yes.
So you have to be very intentional on how you spend your time. And time management is not just about the amount of work you do in a day. It's about achieving your goals and unlocking many potentials that you didn't know about. Thank you.
Wow. She said something. She loves talking. She's in the right place. Well, that brings this segment to an end. I believe you learned a lot from this segment. They taught you and they taught me, because I learned for myself. I mean, there are some things I'll start doing. These guys touched my soul today. They touched my soul. So in conclusion, I need you to know that success is a gradual process.
Yes.
It does not come by accident.
Yes.
Yes, you have a big dream of becoming a medical doctor, a lawyer, whatever that could be. You do not just start from maybe when you are 20 to start doing that. You start now. You start putting effort to your time. You start making good progress. So I want you to start now, to start building your life. Take your time seriously. Take your time seriously. Manage your time properly. Don't let it waste away. And I want you to finally remember, Rome was not built in a day. So that future will take time to mature. Until next time, I want you to sit back and enjoy the remaining segments we have on the show. Coming up next is the health tips. Health is wealth. Get ready for that session.
Thank you, Antonio, for handing over to me. Now I'm going to be taking you guys on the health tips segment. Today we're going to be discussing on tips to help you maintain a healthy relationship. So a lot of times when we talk about relationship, what comes to our mind is romantic partnership. But no, relationship encompasses far more than that. It includes family bonds, friendships, professional connections, and lots more. So Nurturing healthy relationships helps you to build your mental and emotional well-being. So, with higher chances, when you have a healthy relationship, the higher chances of peaceful coexistence and a sound mind. So now, before we dive into the tips to help you maintain a healthy relationship, I want to give you guys 4 characteristics, 4 guidelines to know when you are in or out of a healthy relationship. First, open communication. 2, mutual trust. 3, support. 4, empathy. These are the 4 outlines to know when you are in or out of a healthy relationship. Then we're moving over to the tips to help you maintain a healthy relationship. 1, effective communication. Communication is the foundation of every relationship. We must learn to engage in authentic discussions that will build trust and understanding. We must learn to listen actively and to express ourselves clearly. Secondly, tolerance and acceptance. We must learn to recognize that everyone has their own different perspective and opinions. So we must learn to respect and accept differences. By so doing, we will grow together. And finally, respect for boundaries. We must establish and respect individual boundaries. Avoid arguing on every detail and prioritize mutual understanding. When we respect each other's needs, then we can achieve more on personal levels and strengthen our relationship. Finally, having a healthy relationship has a significant impact on our mental well-being. When you have a healthy relationship, you will experience reduced stress, increased happiness, and a sense of belonging. A sound mind and body are closely linked, so we should make sure to engage in relationships that build us and help us to live well. So, until I come your way next time, I remain Miss Uguchinaza. Remember, health is wealth. Stay safe. Now, I'll be handing over to Anthony to take us on the remaining part of the show. Sit back and stay tuned. Bye.
Thank you so much, Chinaza, for that lovely health tip. I hope you learned so much from that. I hope you learned that the relationships, the people you have around you, can actually influence your health. Thank you so much once again for that. Moving on into the talent display segment. And with me in the studio is...
Emmanuel C. Obudu.
Okay, Emmanuel C.E. Obudu, am I right?
Emmanuel C. Obudu.
C. Okay, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Just give us a brief introduction about yourself.
I am a creative graphic designer and the creative mind behind Emmanuel Graphics.
Okay, just tell us what motivated you to start up this graphic design thing. Was it just inborn? Did you just start with the system and you found out that I'm good at this, or it was something you gave your time to start learning?
It is something I give my time to start learning, and I'm a creative person since birth. I have passion for creativity.
Okay, that's beautiful, because I believe that creative spirit in you will drive you into this graphic design. Am I correct? Okay, tell us about your mentors and how they have influenced your journey so far.
For mentors, I have about, there are many mentors I'm looking up to. There are many people in the industry I'm looking up to. I have Savitri in one, Opera now, and there are many.
Okay, so how have these people influenced your journey?
Their presence on the online space, they are doing well there.
Okay, is there no one that you, like someone you always relate to, someone whenever you have difficulty in a task, you just reach out to him and say, please, I need your help, this, that?
Yes, my coach, Coach Victory.
Okay, can you tell us a little about Coach Victory?
He's he's a great man and a good coach also. And he's Africa Award graphic designer. Like he won an award in the industry for Africa.
Okay, I can see you have one of your designs with you. I think let me have. Okay. This is Happy Independence Day to Nigeria. This was designed by Emmanuel here with us in the studio. And Emmanuel, can you tell us, like, we already know that green is for Nigeria, but this lady here now, why is she sitting down and why is her arms crossed on her shoulder? Can you like tell us what's bettered this stream of creativity?
This is just a sign to show that she feel relaxed in the country. She feel that there is peace. Why she is holding her flag, showing her love for the country.
Okay, her sitting down shows the peace in the country. Hey, I would have said something, but let it be. Her sitting down shows the peace we have in Nigeria. And then...
There is no shaking. She's just relaxed.
Okay, she's just relaxed and the arms shows love. I don't know if it's the current Nigeria or... Alright, that's actually a beautiful one. And if you can see this design is actually out of this world. It's so beautiful. It's actually giving a message. So I think this is very beautiful. This is very beautiful. So your parents, are they in support of this career of yours, or are you just the man handling everything?
They're in support of it.
So tell us about your challenges so far in graphic designing.
My challenge so far as a graphic designer, I would say, is creative block. It's not every time the inspiration keeps flowing. So sometimes all you need to stop that challenges or the challenge is just to take some rest and come back.
Oh, by just taking rest, something comes back to your spirit and you're able to design more. So when you designed this thing, how did the inspiration come?
It was flowing.
It was flowing. So inside your head now, you were just believing that the peace and love in Nigeria was overflowing. Thank you so much for that. So what are your dreams, your aspiration? Where do you intend to go with graphic designing? Do you just intend to have it as a side hustle? Because that's what most people do, graphic designing as a side hustle. So what do you intend to do? What's your dream? Like, where do you intend to take this graphic designing? To the whole world or just to people in Enugu?
To the world.
Oh, to the world. I love that dream. So how are you planning on taking it out to the world?
By building a strong online presence.
Building a strong online presence. Okay. How do you do that?
By sharing my work and impacting knowledge on people's lives in the industry online.
So what is your advice to the teenagers out there with hidden talents? They are not yet ready to unleash the things they have inside. What is your advice to them?
Well, I'll say to them, if there's anything watching that have passion for creativity or visuals, should start now, especially when it comes to designing. The person should start now, because you don't actually need a PC to start. You can start with your smartphone, then from there you can upgrade.
All right. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Thank you so much for coming to the show. It was actually a nice time having Emmanuel here on the show with us in the Display of Talent segment. And that will be the end of this segment. We still have something else for you. One more segment, the Do You Know segment. A segment that opens us to a whole new world that we never knew of. Just sit back and enjoy as Chidebube unravels the things we do not know of. Thank you.
Thank you, Auntie Oyi. Welcome, viewers. My name is Miss Chidebe, and I'm going to be taking you on the segment, Do You Know? I hope you enjoyed my last topic where I talked about a lake in Tanzania that can turn animals into statues. Now today, I'll be sharing an interesting one with you. Do you know that there's a type of fungus that can actually turn insects into zombies? Firstly, I would like to define what a fungus is. A fungus is an organism that obtains its nutrients by decomposing organic materials or matter and forming symbiotic relationships with other animals, and also characterized by its unique cell walls and reproductive structures like spores. The fungus, scientifically referred to as Ophiocordyceps unilateralis, commonly known as the zombie ant fungus. This fungus infects carpenter ants and manipulates their behavior to facilitate its own reproduction. How this fungus works? The fungus infects ants through spores that attach to their exoskeletons and penetrates into their body using mechanical pressure and enzymes. The fungus grows and controls the insect's brain and motor function, causing it to seek out an optimal location. Once the insect reaches to the ideal location, the fungus kills it. A stalk grows from the insect head, releasing new spores to attach and infect other nearby insects, and also continue the cycle. Watch out more Do You Know segments on Teens Fun Hub. Keep a day with me next week. Still your baby girl, Chidi Ebube. Now over to Auntie Onyi to continue with the show. Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of today's edition of Teens Fun Hub on Aneke TV. I hope you enjoyed yourself. We actually took you through a journey of past heroes, entertainment, discovery, and even health tips. We discussed about something, and I am sure you learned so much from it. Until next time, I would want you to keep a date with us. Follow us on our social media platforms on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, YouTube on Aneke TV. Until next time, I remain your host, Auntie Onyi. Bye.